Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. Project yourself many hundreds of years into the future. Earth has been invaded by creatures from a land lost thousands of years ago. Atlantis. Not exactly lost or disappeared, but we Earth people simply lost track of Atlantis. The Atlanteans have reappeared and are trying to rule Earth. Our story takes place in one small part of the United States, but we like to think it could have happened anywhere.
Mother, everyone in town has agreed. We have got to get rid of Mr. Gorgon. Permanently.
How can you? Atlanteans don't die like we do.
We have to try everything, anything. There's got to be a way to kill them.
In all my born days, I never dreamed I'd actually be wanting to murder somebody.
It's the only way, Mother. Otherwise, our whole town will die.
Our mystery drama, Invaders from Atlantis, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Arnold Moss and Don Scardino. I shall return shortly with... Even though it is the year 2300, Parsons Corner hasn't changed that much in 300 years. Partly because it was selected as a town worth preserving, as it was back in 1900. And partly because folks like to keep it that way. But now with everything being run from a satellite, hovering over Washington, what's to become of the old-fashioned town? It's a question that's been bothering the town druggist, Seth Cook. So I'll let him give you the answers. Seth?
There's been 5 generations of cooks minding the store here in Parsons Corner. My wife, Emma, does the prescriptions. My boy, Jason, helps out. Thank the Lord he was too young to be called up when the invaders come. But he was old enough to be angry when they sent Mr. Gorgon to our town to run it. Oh, but I'm getting ahead of myself. What happened was this. Emma, is that you?
Yes, it's me, Seth. I brought you today's paper.
Well, it's hardly worth reading if you want real news.
Oh, you better read page 1. It tells us what we have to do.
I was just sitting here thinking about freedom, Emma. You needn't shush me. They haven't taken over Parsons Corner yet.
Oh, yes, they have. I saw Catherine this morning. Orders from that Central Committee on the satellite. But they closed the school where she teaches. Going to revise all the subjects.
Oh, she must be boiling. Catherine's a good girl. Well, I hope she and Jason can get married soon. Any word about their license?
Oh, it hasn't been cleared by the invaders yet. I understand there's a long waiting list. You heard what Jason said last night?
No, he must have said it when I went out for a walk.
It's not only marriage applications. He said sooner or later they're going to take over everything.
Oh, that's Jason.
Hi, Dad. No customers? Hello, Mother.
Business isn't anymore, you know that. This time of year when you were a little boy, why, I remember we'd make big money. But not anymore.
I came straight here from town hall. Dad, we're in for it. Like everyone else, they're sending someone to our town.
You sure?
Mayor Randall showed me a codegram.
What do they want with Parsons Corner? We're a dot on the map.
I've been expecting it. Now that they've got the big cities like Washington and New York and Chicago and San Francisco, they're turning to us small fry.
They want everybody obeying and praying to them.
Well, everybody won't. We won't. Not in this town. Catherine and I were talking about it. Let them just try.
You think people in this town are braver than anybody else,
They're awful independent, Seth.
If anyone reared up on their haunches, Emma, they'd be struck down just like our army was.
Dad, we never got a chance to fight off the invaders. There wasn't any warning, no intelligence reports. I know. I've studied history. They launched the first strike from Galaxy headquarters.
If anyone reared up on their haunches,
we
Emma, they
caved
in, Jason. You were a baby. We just caved in.
Could we do anything else? There was nothing left for the president to do but surrender.
The man the invaders sent, his name was Mr. Gorgon. Well, that day I closed the store and rushed over to the town hall. The whole town was there. Mr. Gorgon was standing on the green. His clothes were a little different, made out of some synthetic, galactic material. He was hammering something on the bulletin board.
May I ask, sir, what you're doing?
I am nailing up requirements. Duties of inhabitants of Parsons Corner for all to see. Give me, please, those 2 sheets of paper there on the ground.
I suddenly realized Mr. Gorgon hadn't turned around to talk to Sheriff Barnaby, standing right behind him. But he was looking at the sheriff out of a third eye, smack dab in the back of Mr. Gorgon's head.
Usually, Sheriff Barnaby, our directives are transmitted directly to people's brains from our satellite. But here I am instructed to use paper, hammer, and nails.
What are we supposed to do with those?
Read and obey.
And who are you, sir?
I am Mr. Gorgon. You are Sheriff Barnaby. This town of Parsons Corner is my responsibility. I will not need your services or that of Mayor Randall.
The whole town was standing around and staring. Sheriff Barnaby wasn't a bit fazed by that third eye in the back of Mr. Gorgon's head. He looked right into it and he said,
I'd like to ask you by what authority you are taking control of our town. I am the duly elected sheriff here.
By what authority?
Do you have some identification?
Only this. Let me show it to you.
What is that? A flute?
Not quite.
Mr. Gorgon had pointed a small silver-like tube at the sheriff, and poof, old Barnaby just disappeared. Word spread fast, and no one questioned Mr. Gorgon's authority after that.
They keep coming into the store. I'm glad Jason is here to help out.
Emma, they're not buying anything. Can't you see? They've come here to talk. I bet there isn't one bottle of cough syrup in the whole bunch.
Jason must be up to something.
Jason, can you come here a minute?
Sure, Dad. What is it?
Hey, Jason, you got any vanilla ice cream?
Sorry, pal. We're all out.
I'll take strawberry.
Haven't any of that either. Dad, we're running low on everything.
Don't shout it around. If people get to find out everything's in short supply, there'll be a panic. Mr. Gorgon has cut our supplies of medicines, cosmetics, ice cream, everything. Jack Terry told me that his milk and meat deliveries were getting fewer and further between.
Hey, Jason, when are we getting started?
Jason, did you call a town meeting here in the store?
You guessed it, Dad. Folks, let's make it quiet so a few of us can talk one at a time. I don't have to tell you that there's been a big change in our town. There's nothing to panic about because I think we can deal with it. My dad was telling me supplies he's ordered are being held up. Jack Terry's getting low on meat and dairy products. We all have to think about sharing what we have.
I'll second that.
And what's just as important, we have to try to find a way to get rid of that chain around our necks. I'm speaking of the new government. So I'd like to tell everyone to leave now before word gets to the wrong people. And for all of us to meet here next week at this time with good ideas and pitchforks. Okay?
Well, here's your girlfriend, Jason.
Hi, Catherine.
Oh, I am so angry. Can I sit at the counter a minute?
For as long as you like. What is it, Catherine?
That, Mr. Gorgon, and all those regulations from the satellite, they make me furious.
What is it now?
They still haven't opened the school, and I can't find out if they ever will. All our children wandering around town, nothing to do. You know what that Mr. Gorgon has organized for tonight?
I heard that he's got a big picnic on the green for all the kids.
He calls it the Young People's Club. He's laid out enough food to tempt every youngster in town.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Real hot dogs, hamburgers, potato chips, milk, candy. Things they haven't seen for months.
I don't think that's a crime.
Well, don't you know why he's doing it?
Well, if it isn't Mr. Gorgon himself.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, gentlemen customers. Mr. Seth Cook, Mr. Jason Cook, Mrs. Emma Cook. I have intended to visit your pharmacy for some time. I have had much to do. May I sit next to you, miss?
It's a free country. Or it was.
Everyone may continue talking, please. Mr. Jason Cook, can you explain why everyone is suddenly so silent?
I guess they have nothing to say.
Parsnip Corner is not very friendly to visitors.
Mr. Gorgon, the name of our town is Parsons Corner.
You are Miss Catherine. I wish to talk to you about the school.
There's nothing to talk about. Just have the doors unlocked and the teachers reinstated so we can all get on with our work.
I beg pardon for correction. There is much to discuss. Did I say that clearly, Miss Catherine? When the new government decides what is permissible to teach, the doors will be opened. Yes? Miss Catherine? Mr. Jason Cook, why is Miss Catherine not talking to me?
I guess she's got nothing to say, like none of us.
I have plenty to say. To begin with, I do not wish to be in the same room with this man. Sorry, but I'm leaving.
Jason Cook, how have I offended Miss Catherine?
You didn't offend her, friend. You didn't even get up to bat.
Up to bat? What does that mean?
Haven't you discovered there are some people on Earth who will not bow down and simply obey you? Some folks have got to be treated a little differently.
I am beginning to understand. I value your instruction. I am a summa superba graduate of our highest institute. I am not what Earth people call dense or thick or stupid.
Where is your institute?
On Atlantis, of course. Where did you think?
But Atlantis, that civilization disappeared many thousands of years ago.
Let me assure you it is very much in existence. Atlantis is at the very center of the universe. But to return to Miss Catherine, she has a strange effect upon me. I do not wish to compel her to do anything, but I do wish she would try to understand and like me.
I'll be darned.
What does that mean?
We know so little about you, the Atlanteans. It never occurred to me it mattered whether an Earth person liked you or not.
I tell you candidly, Jason Cook, until now, it did not matter to me either.
It appears that one of these galactic aggressors has emotions similar to ours beneath that strange fabricated skin. Could that be his Achilles heel? How vulnerable is this highly programmed Mr. Gorgon? Are there limits to his super brain from Atlantis? Can he figure out how to deal with humans? We may find out when I return shortly with Act 2. A number of stars, the moon, the sun, as well as man-inhabited satellites, are now, in this year 2300, under the control of the invaders. Here on Earth, to a New England town, isolated from the mainstream of America, and therefore unchanged for 3 centuries, a certain Mr. Gorgon has been sent to keep the new government. He looks somewhat like a man, except for a third eye in the back of his head. He is law. He is justice. And he is also instant death to anyone who defies him.
Mom, that girl I'm going to marry, Catherine, she's got no fear whatsoever.
Catherine's a wonder. An example to the rest of us.
Well, I'd say she'd better watch her step. Talk to her, Jason. Tell her to go easy.
Dad, she won't listen to me.
I heard Gorgon's taken with her. Yeah, but that'll wear off. He's not a human, so we can't expect him to have the same feelings about her that you would. Get his dander up and poof, where's Catherine? Gone like Sheriff Barnaby.
I hadn't thought of it that way. You're right. Why antagonize him?
He's a puppet of their system. He's programmed.
I'll go, Dad. It's Catherine.
Hello, Jason. Who were you expecting?
I was expecting the girl I'm going to marry.
Sit down, Catherine. Might as well come right out with it. I wasn't too happy about the way you spoke up to Mr. Gorgon in the store.
I can't stand creeps, especially creeps from outer space.
Not that you've got to be more diplomatic, child. For everybody's good.
How important is it to you that the school is opened and classes begin?
The most important thing in the world.
Right. And what would you do to win over Mr. Gorgon so he'd permit it?
Anything. Practically anything.
Well, you won't get anywhere by acting the way you did.
Cathy, these are dangerous times for us. Not only in this town, but everywhere. The invaders want it all their way, but they're smart enough to realize that if they blow on everyone, millions of us might disappear. So they keep us in line by making examples, like Gorgon did with poor Sheriff Barnaby. Vaporized him.
I was standing right next to him. It was awful. He just pointed that tube at him and... I'll never forget it.
Cathy, we have to use our ingenuity to get around creatures like Gorgon. By being smart and not stubborn.
What can I do?
Well, for starters, don't make him angry at us.
I have an idea. Gorgon is really keen on you, Catherine. If you're nice to him, maybe he'll get the school opened and maybe he'll close that third eye and leave us alone.
You don't know what you're asking. I should be nice to that ugly brute.
There are degrees, child. If he wants to talk to you, why shouldn't you talk to him? Just talk.
Sweetheart, be civil to him. Who knows? As I say, he might just get up and go and leave us alone.
Are you telling me to actually date this Gorgon?
He likes you. What harm could it do?
And it could do a lot of good.
I think I'll go now. Good night, gentlemen.
Can you blame the girl? I suppose not. But at the time, I thought Catherine was short-sighted. The next crack out of the barrel was Gorgon's clever way of getting to all the youngsters in town. One afternoon, there he was in some kind of yellow, hovering saucer right overhead, talking to every single boy and girl in Parsons Corner.
My young friend, this is Mr. Gorgon. If you look up into the sky, you will see me in a round yellow object. I am inside here. Wouldn't it be fun to be flying up here with me over your town? Come tonight to the school gymnasium. I have a big surprise for all of you and prizes. No grown-ups allowed. I will be there and we will have great fun.
Jason and Emma and I wanted to know what kind of a wingding he was throwing in the gymnasium, so we snuck up the back stairs to the balcony over the gym, and we watched.
Kids, I have met some of you. I want us all to be friends. Probably you have heard about the invaders. A new government and the best for everyone. I know some of your parents and other grown-ups say differently, but we know grown-ups can be wrong, don't we?
This palaver went on for 5 minutes or so, and then all of a sudden, the real purpose of getting all the youngsters together come out.
And you can help us make sure everyone believes in the invaders. If you ever hear any grown-up, an older friend, even a brother or a mother or a father, who says in your own home he doesn't think Mr. Gorgon is doing the right thing, you come to see me privately. If you do, the boy or girl tells me will be rewarded. Every boy or girl who gives such information will receive a 2-seater hovercraft, just like the one you saw me fly in this afternoon.
Pandemonium. But it worked, I'm sad to report. In the days that followed, more than a few parents and adults were accused by their young ones, taken to the town hall for questioning, and, whoosh, they were made to disappear with a silver tube. But after 3 weeks of that, things seemed to calm down.
Have you noticed, Seth, how everything's sort of more normal these days?
Well, I sure noticed it Monday when my supplier showed up with 24 gallons of ice cream in 8 different flavors. Emma, I just may have to enlarge the counter.
And those medicines and drugs I had on order for the last 6 months? Seth, they were delivered at the old price.
I wonder how things are up the street. Jason, have you talked to Jack Terry at the grocery store lately?
Yeah, I have, Dad. He's okay. He says he's getting all the produce he needs.
Somebody's relaxed the regulations. Maybe it's Mr. Gorgon.
That's funny. What's happened to old Three Eyes? I don't see him around town nearly as much as I used to.
Dad, I can't work in the store anymore.
Why not?
How can I serve some kids at the soda fountain and not others?
Oh, why would you do that?
Dish up ice cream to a boy who ratted on his parents, and they've been liquidated?
Oh.
And I don't know which kid did what, or to whom. It's wrong to suspect all children, but how do you know?
Jason, we're trying to forget all that.
But they were our kids, from this town. They had their friends or relatives destroyed for a hovercraft. I've had it with this town. When I know where to go, I'm leaving.
But how are you going to get an exit visa?
I don't need an exit visa, just an overcast sky and a dark night.
It isn't the children that are making you unhappy. It's Catherine, isn't it?
I guess so.
Have you talked to her?
No, I haven't even seen her.
She hasn't been to the house, I know, but I thought maybe you two...
She hasn't been anywhere. Not with me.
With him?
Yes.
Mr. Gorgon? With him?
How long has she been doing that? When did you see Catherine last?
A month ago. It'll be 4 weeks tonight. You were saying how things have quieted down? It's because of Catherine. I could kick myself from here to Saturn and back because it was I who gave her the idea to date that creature.
But things were not as normal as they seemed on the surface. I'm sorry to say the only businesses that made money sold flowers and caskets and cemetery plots. More and more people would meet at the back of the store or in my house at night. Everyone agreed we had to get rid of Mr. Gorgon somehow.
There's only one sure way. He has got to die.
Jason, I don't think those invader people die like we do.
Oh, we've got to try everything, anything. A bullet, a knife, poison. Maybe all 3.
Well, I never thought I'd actually think of killing someone.
I'm for trying the easiest way first. Poison. We've got to get him into the store, see? And I'll serve him a concoction of ice cream, cherries, nuts, whipped cream, and what have you, the like of which he'll never, ever be able to eat again.
Mayor Randall, I was just going to turn out the porch light. Now, come on in.
Mayor, what brings you here so late?
I want to see your father, Jason.
Oh, he was so tired he went up to bed an hour ago.
Is it something I could help you with?
Well, I was going to show him this piece of paper. Mr. Gorgon gave it to me.
That's unbelievable. He can't get away with this.
I'm afraid he can, Jason, and he will.
Get away with what?
Emma, take a look. I'm supposed to have 1,000 handbills made by tomorrow morning with this written on it.
I don't want to see what it says.
If it weren't so awful, it'd be funny. Every man and woman residing in Parsons Corner is requisitioned to make up a workforce to build a new large town jail.
He said to me the old jail isn't going to be big enough to accommodate the lucky ones.
What did he mean, the lucky ones?
Well, I took it to mean that those whose infractions are not serious enough to warrant that metal tube and disappearance.
Mayor, what would happen if every single person in this town just went on strike? Refused to build that new jail?
He'd get it built. Outside help from the Central Committee. Tell your dad about this in the morning, will you? Fortunately, the only printing press in town's on the blink, and it'll be a while before we get new parts.
All right, everybody. Back to your classes. Come on, Jimmy. Put that football back in the locker. Go on, everybody. Run inside.
Hello, Catherine.
Oh, Jason. What brings you to our playground?
I see they opened up your school again.
Oh, just for the little ones. They haven't got a curriculum for the older children yet.
My father and mother were asking about you.
Oh? Are they pleased with the way things are easing up?
Oh, yeah. A lot of people are pleased. The ones who aren't in jail or dead. You've been busy?
Oh, pretty much. I've been learning a lot about the invaders. What planet they came from, their beliefs.
Who's your teacher?
Mr. Golden.
How nice for you.
Jason, I know what I'm doing.
I hope so. So, you're learning about the master space race. And what are you teaching Gorgon in return? Anything about those old-fashioned, outmoded beliefs of Tom Jefferson or Abe Lincoln?
He's interested in our history. He wants to know everything, right up to the present.
Has a real taste for America, has he?
That's true. Wants to know what we like and what we dislike.
You ought to bring him into the store, Catherine. I don't think he's been there since that first time.
No, he hasn't.
I bet he's never tasted a good old American hot fudge sundae. Or one of my special 3-flavor delights. Why don't you bring him around sometime?
Oh, you wouldn't mind?
Why should I mind?
We know what's at the back of Jason's mind. We don't know where he's hidden the poison or how he plans to submerge its distinctive cyanide almond flavor. But we'll find out. It takes a lot of nerve when your intended victim has an eye in the back of his head. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Return to the town of Parsons Corner in the year 2300. The world has been conquered by a civilization that never died. Atlantis. So highly developed it could skip through time and space. Emissaries have been sent to various cities and towns in America to intimidate and rule. Mr. Gorgon is particularly good at that, for he has an atomic means of making the recalcitrant disappear. Jason Cook has a more primitive approach and is trying for a combination of ingredients he hopes will be a deadly dessert.
Mr. Gorgon, you and Catherine sit yourselves comfortably at the counter, and you can watch me whip up what we're famous for in Cook's Ice Cream Parlor.
Thank you.
You'll enjoy watching him. Jason's a real artist.
I am looking forward to this experience of a great American delicacy.
This dish is sweet. It has many flavors, and it is cold.
Cold?
Ah, it's very cold. The colder, the better.
What Jason is doing now is slicing the banana, chopping the walnuts. All the essential ingredients of his Galaxy Special.
Ah, yes, special.
He uses chocolate ice cream, representing the Earth, vanilla ice cream for the Sun, and strawberry for Mars. Now he lays the sliced bananas at the bottom of your dish. Well, what's that there, Jason? Pineapple? Something new?
The rings of Saturn.
Well, there goes the chocolate ice cream. And a scoop of vanilla.
You notice I use a Big Dipper.
And the strawberry.
And now a few squirts of fruit syrup, Palmyra fig, passion fruit.
Passion fruit. We do not have that on our planet.
I didn't think so.
What is that you're pointing at me? A gun?
Calm down, old buddy. All it's loaded with is whipped cream. That we call our Milky Way. A few cherries for meteors and a final fallout of chopped walnuts.
Jason, that is beautiful.
And a dab of marshmallow and a few chocolate kisses. Mr. Gorgon, it's all yours. You got a spoon, a napkin, and a glass of water? Enjoy yourself.
Well, what about mine, Jason? I want exactly the same.
You wait your turn. I want to watch our friend discover one of the great pleasures of our planet.
I will proceed. I don't know what to expect, but I am certain it will pleasure me.
Oh, it will be an experience unlike anything you have ever had before. Bear in mind, Mr. Gorgon, many of the flavors we Americans enjoy may seem a little strange to you. A mixture of sweet and sour, bitter and sugar, and a faint undertaste of almond. Dig in, and believe me, I'm going to enjoy watching something happen to you that has never happened before. I hope.
Do you like the ice cream?
It's good, isn't it?
I don't know. It's not the taste I expected. What is wrong? I feel... What is it?
Mr. Gorgon, I was told later, had swallowed a few sizable mouthfuls of Jason's specialty. He got down from his stool, his hand to his throat, and he stood up, holding on to the counter. The third eye in the back of his head started blinking very fast.
Mr. Gorgon, what's the matter?
Oh, foolish, childish, stupid. What did you think you were doing to me?
Are you all right? Would you like me to get you a doctor?
Your human doctors are no help. You have made me very angry, Jason Cook. Anger is an emotion we invaders reject categorically.
Well, I thought you would enjoy it. I had no idea this would happen.
You knew nothing, Catherine? Am I to believe that?
Well, I'm sorry it didn't agree with you.
Catherine, will you finish this for me?
Of course. I love Jason's concoctions.
No, don't.
You see, there is some painful substance in there from which perhaps a mortal would not recover.
Well, you saw everything that went in that dish.
Did I?
Is that true? Jason put something in the ice cream?
I would not let you taste it and perhaps die. I wish you to remain alive, Catherine.
You're out of your head, Gorgon.
Only humans are out of their heads. In my planet, computations do not permit errors. None can malfunction. No, we are never unbalanced. It is you, Jason Cook, who malfunctions, and so you must be destroyed.
No, please don't. I beg you, don't do it.
Jason Cook is an aberration who will always be out of step with me. Catherine, stand away from him.
Gorgon pointed his laser tube at Jason, and my son just disappeared. I didn't feel right for a long time after that, and Emma, well, I won't go into that. After Jason had gone, we never saw Catherine again, until one day we learned why.
I have an announcement to make to the people of Parsons Corner.
As before, when you heard a voice coming at you from the sky, you looked up, and sure enough, there was Mr. Gorgon's hovercraft spinning over the village green.
I am getting married this coming Saturday to Catherine, your favorite school teacher. To celebrate our union, the village green will be filled with food and music. All free. Come one, come all.
Nobody came. Not a soul. The ceremony was at noon, and the whole town stayed home. The married couple, Catherine, who we loved as a daughter, and the creature with 3 eyes who had terrorized the town, they come out of the town hall with the mayor behind them. The streets in the village green remained empty, so they got into the yellow hovercraft and took off, making one low pass over the town.
As an added inducement to brighten this already happy day, we now release all those who have been imprisoned. They are made free.
The jail doors swung wide. Those who had been put there silently went home. There was no celebrating. Everyone was too frightened of Mr. Gorgon and his ultimate powers.
So this is what you call a motel. Do I say it correctly, Catherine? My English...
It gets better every day.
After the ceremony, man and wife, they go to a place like this. These little one-story boxes all attached. And spend their first night together?
Some do. Some travel on a space shuttle or some underwater to one of the sea cities. After all, in the year 2300, one must do something up to date.
I look around this room and everything is very well organized and equipped. I have never taken a water shower, and I see there is one. I will do it now. I must say, the application of small streams of water has a refresh... Catherine? Where are you? Catherine? Why are all the room lights turned off? Catherine, are you outside this door, I wonder? Ah, there you are. Why are you standing here outside our room? Are you perhaps saying goodbye to your old life in Parsons Corner? Catherine, what are you doing?
Giving you a taste of your own terror.
Don't point at. You'll invalidate me.
Don't move. Goodbye, Mr. Gorgon.
We were sitting down to dinner, Emma and I, not hungry at all. Our hearts filled with sadness, knowing this should have been the day of our Jason's marriage to Catherine. And then suddenly we heard voices on the porch. It was Catherine talking to someone.
It's really you, Jason? You're alive? You're here? I'm not dreaming.
Darling Catherine, yes, I'm very much here.
Where have you been? I thought... We all thought you were destroyed.
I'm going to ask you to try to believe something Earth people have been wondering about for thousands of years. Talk about a dream. I've visited a dream world and have come back.
Jason, it's you.
Yes, it is, Dad.
Oh, you're not dead. Oh, my boy, it's so good to see you.
You too, Dad.
Emma, Emma, it's all right. Prayers do come true. It's Jason. He's here. Come on inside. I couldn't get your mother to leave the table. We heard you talking to Catherine, and Emma thought she was hearing a ghost.
Well, we don't have ghosts in the 23rd century. Where to begin? That's the problem.
Oh, Jason, why don't you start when Mr. Gorgon pointed his destruct tube at you?
I didn't feel anything at all, but I found myself transported to Atlantis. Yes, the real, actual Atlantis, Mr. Gorgon's own civilization.
Where is that, on another planet?
Dad, I have no idea where it is, in space or time. I know Atlanteans have the power to move backwards or forwards in time as we know it, but that's all I know.
What did you see?
I was suddenly standing in a large hall in front of 3 judges. An interesting thing about that place, not only does time telescope, but so does knowledge. I didn't have to be told anything. I just knew.
You knew what?
There's no question the invaders who are here on Earth are Atlanteans who, after thousands of years, are reclaiming the universe as their own. And who do you think I saw from down here?
I don't know. Who?
Sheriff Barnaby and all the others from Parsons Corner who'd been shot there with that destruct gun. Almost every day, more people from town kept showing up. And then Mr. Gorgon himself is there. He's apologizing to the judges. They tell him that he's failed in his mission. I didn't understand that at all.
I did that. Pointed his own ray gun at him. I'll tell you all about it, Jason.
Gorgon was taken away, and the 3 judges decided all of us from Parsons Corner were to return to Earth. So it's not only me. We're all back.
But for how long? There'll be other invaders.
Well, there may be, but they'll have to change a lot of their concepts. You see, that tube thing Mr. Gorgon used, it's still here. Gorgon left it when he was liquidated. So for the present, the Atlanteans are just watching and waiting to see what we'll do.
Well, you know what that means. We can go from town to town wherever there's a Mr. Gorgon making life miserable, point this at him, and poof, we've shot the invader back to Atlantis.
Well, can we risk it?
Risk? Well, how do you think this country got started anyway? Somebody wanted to take us over, and we sent them back right where they come from.
Dad is right, Catherine. Let's do it.
This much is history. In the year 2300, Parsons Corner spread the word from town to town and state to state how to deal with the invaders. In the old days, pioneers built stockades to keep the bad out and the good in. We all may have to do that again. Build a stockade of true beliefs against those who would destroy us. I shall return shortly. We have turned the clock forward. Now let us turn it back to 1775 and hear from a man who knew a lot about those who would rob you of freedom. He left these words in our safekeeping. He said, "I know not what course others may take, but give me liberty or give me death." Thank you for the warning, Mr. Patrick Henry. Our cast included Arnold Moss, Don Scardino, Evie Juster, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Were they dreamers or were they killers? Find out tomorrow night at 10:07 p.m. on the CBS Radio Mystery Theater on 1230 WCOL.
Your Life is on 1230 WCOL Columbus, 66 degrees downtown, at the tone, 11 o'clock.
CBS News, the latest Falklands fighting triggers high-level talks in Washington. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Secretary of State Haig met for 3 hours this evening at the State Department with Britain's ambassador to Washington, Nicholas Henderson. The British diplomat, grim-faced, emerged with no comment for waiting reporters. Haig rushed back to Washington for the meeting just before he was due to take off for an appearance tonight in New York. That appearance canceled. The event that likely sparked the hastily called session, the sinking today of the British destroyer Sheffield. It took a direct hit from an Argentine air-to-sea missile fired at a range of 20 miles. Britain says at least 30 seamen are missing. The act was apparent retaliation for Britain's sinking of the Argentine cruiser Belgrano, and it brought the battles home to some residents of London.
I think we'd hoped that it wouldn't be a reality, but I think, unfortunately, it's part of war, and we're making our own stand, and this is the only way we can do it. But I think it's terrible that this has happened now. I think we thought we were on the...
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Marshall. If you pick up a starving dog and make him prosperous, he will not bite you. That is the principal difference between a dog and a man. So said Mr. Mark Twain. Of course, what Mr. Twain didn't take into consideration was the fact that dogs and men have widely differing views on what it is that constitutes prosperity.
Will you be home late to dinner again tonight, Alan?
I won't be home at all, I'm afraid.
Oh?
Yeah, an old professor of mine's in town, and he wants to get together with some of his former students.
Well, if you won't be home, I'll go to pistol practice.
Pistol? What are you talking about?
You know me. I like to take courses. This is one in shooting a pistol.
Why would you want to learn how to fire a pistol?
Our mystery drama, Diana the Huntress, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Terry Keane. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Time cools, time clarifies. No mood can be maintained unaltered indefinitely. Time changes us all, or it should. There are those who resist, who hold on, who refuse to let go of yesterday's truths, even though they have been revealed as today's lies.
Okay, Mrs. Manley. Now let's look at the target. You see?
Oh, they're not exactly on the bullseye, are they, Sergeant?
No, ma'am. They're between the outer edge of the bull and 4 rings. But you see this?
What's that?
Well, it's a cluster, what we call a group. All the bullet holes are together. Now, that is what is important.
Why?
Because it means I'm sending all the shots into the same place.
Oh, I see.
Now, my gun throws slightly to the right. Now, if I adjust it more to the left, I'd have the center of the bullseye. So, well, now, you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Now, you remember that deep breath. You just hold it, and you squeeze. All right, now find the target. Now, hold it. Squeeze. Hey, I can tell from here you did okay. Well, we look at that target, huh? It's a nice group. A little bit high, but that's okay. Listen, are you sure you're new at this?
Never held a gun in my hand till last week.
Well, all I can say is you must be a natural.
Yes?
Your wife is here.
Well, tell her to come in, Janet. Well, what are you doing downtown?
Yes,
I haven't the faintest idea.
I've just had a lesson.
What kind?
Yes.
Look, I really don't have the time, Diana.
What kind would you suppose?
I don't know, ballet, art, gourmet cooking.
No.
Well, what kind of lessons do housewives take these days?
I take basic finance and money management, principles of law, computer analysis, and programming.
Really? Well, I didn't know. Well, which of them did you have this morning?
None of them.
Oh? Something new?
Yes.
What?
Pistol shooting. More accurately, revolver. A .32 caliber double-action Harley-Clausen revolver.
What are you talking about?
It's a range. A school, actually. My instructor is an off-duty detective.
I don't understand. Why would you...
I just find it interesting, and it's a marvelous exercise in coordination. So, okay. Will you be home late for dinner again tonight?
Oh, dinner. Oh, yeah, look, I meant to tell you, I won't be home at all.
No?
No, Dr. Palliser's in town, and he's invited a few of us, who were students, to spend the evening with him.
Palliser?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dr. John Palliser. I remember. You had him for cardiology.
Yeah.
Well, give him my regards.
Okay, I will. And don't wait up, Diana. I may be late.
All right. Oh, hey, it's almost noon. Can you take me to lunch?
No, I can't have any. I'm due at the hospital.
Ah, well. We will have breakfast tomorrow morning, won't we?
Well, of course.
Alan?
What is it, Janet?
No, I don't suppose you have.
You don't suppose I have what?
If you had, we'd be talking about it, wouldn't we?
Oh.
Yes. Oh.
Look, Janet, I am going to do it.
Of course you are, darling. Of course.
Hey, look, I mean it.
Let's not talk about it.
I am going to ask her for a divorce. Now, there is no two ways about that.
I said, let's not talk about it.
Why not?
A woman like me, I suppose I could be called the other woman, is in a very awkward position.
Oh, Janet.
It's what your sports reporters call a no-win situation, isn't it?
Okay, please, Janet.
If we continue to talk about it, I'll have to ask you when. And soon I'll be nagging you, won't I?
Janet, I have every intention.
And then I shall be like your wife, who nags you all the time. And you shall say to yourself, where is the improvement? And that's the end of me.
Janet, I love you.
And I love you.
I just can't live with her any longer.
Then don't.
But it's easy to say don't. We have been married for 15 years. You don't know how hard she worked to put me through college and then through medical school.
I'm sure she worked very hard.
And look, there were some lean times when I was doing my residency, when I first went into practice.
Yes.
Well, it's only been recently that I've been making some decent money.
And now?
Janet, I have to do it. But at my own pace and in my own way.
Of course.
Just bear with me a little bit longer. I just have to get used to the idea. That's all.
Good evening. It's Jane Fowler again with the evening features. My guest is a man who can give us a few tips on how to live a little bit longer.
Hello? Oh, yes, Doris. Oh, I'd love to come downstairs for some bridge, but Alan isn't home. No, it's some kind of medical meeting with an old professor of his who happens to be in town tonight. No, I don't mind being alone. Listen, when you're a doctor's wife, you get used to it. Okay. Another time, sure. Of course.
Everything depends on your heart. Dr. John Freeman Palliser, you are one of the world's leading cardiologists.
Dr. Palliser?
Tell us, how can we be good to our hearts so that our hearts can be good to us?
Basically, it's a matter of common sense.
Dr. Palliser. Taxi! Taxi!
Oh, now, wait a minute, lady. Nobody's allowed in the building this hour of the night. Not anymore.
I want to see the Jane Fowler show.
No, she don't have no audience.
Is the show live?
Oh, sure it's live.
Is her guest live, too?
Well, what do you think?
Dr. Palliser. Is he here?
Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, the show is over. Here they come right now.
Certainly a remarkable show, Dr. Palliser. A lot of listeners are going to live longer who heard it.
Yes, that was Dr. Palliser. That was Dr. Palliser.
I love everything about you, Janet. You're fresh, you're new, you're exciting.
You're something new to me, too.
I want to go places. I take a year, 2 years, travel, see the world.
And what about your practice?
I've always wanted to be a sailor. What's the difference now? Come on, let's get out of here.
All right.
Shall we go to your place?
It's late.
Well, if it's late for you, then...
No, not for me. What about her?
Oh, well, she thinks I'm having a sort of medical meeting tonight.
All right.
What's that tone I detect in your voice?
I wasn't aware of any particular.
Oh, yes. Come on, what are you thinking about?
I'm just thinking how nice it will be when we're close together.
No, you are also thinking of something else.
Yes. I also think you want to get caught.
How can you say that?
That would resolve matters for you, wouldn't it? What's the matter, darling?
Oh, nothing. I'm just nervous, I suppose.
Would you like to watch a little television?
All right, okay.
Oh, no, let's not.
Well, why not?
Because that'll make us like any old married couple.
Okay, see if there's anything on, huh?
If you say so. Let me look at the paper.
I'm really sorry that I'm so nervous tonight.
It's all right, darling. I'll tell you a program that we missed. Jane Fowler in the news.
Well, why on earth would I want to watch Jane Fowler?
Why is the name Palliser familiar?
Palliser?
Oh, yes. He's a sort of gray eminence, the old professor you're supposed to be with tonight.
Hey, well, what about him?
He was Jane Fowler's guest this evening.
He was? Oh no. Here, let me see that. Oh, no, it can't be. I told Diana that I was going to be having dinner with him tonight.
Yes.
Oh, all the dumb luck. She watches that stupid program, too.
Does she?
Look, would I say she did if she didn't?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, what am I going to do now?
Leave. Leave and say you were with Dr. Palliser until he had to go to the station for the interview.
Oh, look, that was 2 hours ago. What took me so long to get home?
You had a flat tire.
Oh, come on, I don't drive in the city.
Well, then you'll have to face her. Or perhaps you won't.
What do you mean?
Maybe she'll let it go.
Oh, no, not Diana. Oh, no, not her.
Can you be sure? Maybe she doesn't want to face the prospect of a divorce either.
What do you mean, either? Well, I'm willing to face it.
All right.
What does that all right mean?
I better not say another word. It will have to be the wrong one.
Janet, what am I going to do?
Don't ask me.
The reason the reason I'm having trouble asking her is, well, I don't know what she'll do when I say it to her. I don't know how she's going to handle it.
Alan, she'll have to accept it. Accept it the way a modern, intelligent, civilized woman would.
Oh, boy, these things sound so glib, so pat.
Oh, darling, what can I tell you?
Suppose she does find out, huh? What is she going to do?
You'll have to wait and see, won't you?
Yeah. Yes, I guess I will.
Darling. Let me make you something warm to drink.
No. I'm all right. Well, maybe I'd better be getting home. I'm going to have to face her sooner or later.
Yes, you will.
Is that the doorbell?
Yes.
It's Diana.
Diana?
Are you expecting anyone?
No, of course not.
Well, it can't be anyone else. What if she was? What's she going to do?
A good enough question on which to end our first act. And what is she going to do? She seems to be a rather volatile lady, no? And we know she's a rather good markswoman with a revolver. Does this mean we are in for fireworks in Act 2? We'll find out in just a few minutes. Nothing can be more suspenseful or frightening than the knock on the door late at night when you don't know who it is. Of course, it can even be more suspenseful and frightening when you do know who it is. No one can be more terrifying than the stranger whom we've known all our lives.
It's Diana. It must be Diana.
Let me find out.
How?
I'll ask.
No. Don't say anything. Now, maybe she'll think there's no one here and she'll just go away.
But if I...
Be quiet. Don't say anything.
Alan?
I told you.
Let me in. Open the door.
No, don't open it.
But you will have to face her.
I know.
I know you're in there, Alan. Open this door.
Better open the door.
She is angry. She is too angry now.
You asked for it.
She's got a gun. She's shooting at the lock.
Oh, no.
Diana!
Yes. It's Diana.
Look, you've got a pistol.
It's a revolver, you can see.
Now, Diana.
Is Professor Palliser here, too? If he is, I hope he's wearing more clothes than you are.
Diana, we must talk.
Oh, yes, I'm going to talk. With this. And now, Miss Janet Morse. Now for you. Oh, it won't go off. Why won't it go off?
Mrs. Manley?
She shot him. She wanted to shoot me, too.
Mrs. Manley, Carl, take a look at him. Where's your phone?
It's you, Sergeant Davis. Imagine you here.
Yes, sir. Hello, Davis here. I'm at 98 West Hartford. Now, you get an ambulance here fast. Is he still breathing, Carl?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, it's a shooting, all right. Why, what can I tell you? I showed her how to do it myself. No, nothing. Just forget it. Crying out loud, Mrs. Manley. Why?
He was cheating on me.
Okay, but couldn't you...
Couldn't I what?
Well, couldn't you just get a divorce?
No. You don't understand.
Okay. You tell me.
I met him. He was nobody. Everybody thought he was nobody. I thought he was somebody. I worked. I put him through school. You don't know how I worked. I waited on tables in department stores, long hours. For what? So he could become a doctor. Now he's somebody. I made him into somebody. Why should she have him? What did she ever do for him?
Well, she says you tried to kill her, too.
Yes, I would have. The gun was empty.
All right, Mrs. Manley.
Is he alive?
The hospital says he's critical.
I'm sorry. I should have killed him.
You don't mean that.
I don't know what came over me. All of a sudden, I must have gone crazy.
Well, Detective Harley here has taken down everything he said. And that could be your statement. Are you willing to sign it?
Why not, Sergeant? It's the truth.
It's Jane Fowler with the Evening News Features. What happened last night? To begin with, a shooting. Dr. Alan Manley, noted cardiologist, and as fate would have it, a former student of my guest last night, the famous Dr. Palliser, was gunned down by his wife, Diana. who caught him with his very delectable nurse, Miss Janet Morse. Diana hunted the pair down in the love nest, shot the lock off the door, and went to work on her hubby. She would have taken care of Janet, too, but she ran out of bullets. Diana, she certainly deserves to be called Diana the Huntress.
Good morning, Mrs. Manley.
Yes?
I'm Dr. Sanford Ullman.
Well?
The court has asked me to examine you.
For what?
Well, they say for your sanity.
Oh.
I see you've been reading the newspapers.
I always read the newspapers and listen to the broadcasts. I'm very curious about the news.
You've even been given a name by the media. Diana the Huntress. Do you remember shooting your husband?
When I try hard, I can see a woman shooting him.
And who is that woman?
She looks like me.
But is she you?
She has to be me. They found me there, the police.
Your husband may or may not live. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
If he dies, you can be prosecuted for murder.
Murder?
Yes. Now, how did you find out that your husband was having an affair?
It was an accident. He said he was going to spend an evening with an old professor of his. And then I saw the professor on the Jane Fowler show.
Yes?
I caught him in a lie, and suddenly I saw everything.
Please tell me what you mean by everything.
Oh, the evenings. He said he was busy.
Well, doctors have many busy evenings.
Doing what? It isn't the way it used to be when he went out on house calls. No, everything just came together. His nurse.
That's Miss Morse.
The way he looked at her. The certain tone I would sometimes hear in his voice when he spoke to her.
A look? A tone of voice? That was all you needed?
Yes. Because it was the same look he had in his eye. The same tone he had in his voice. When he used to be in love with me.
And for that reason, and that reason alone, you tried to kill him.
Isn't that reason enough?
Before you saw Dr. Palliser on the news program, you had absolutely no idea that he was being unfaithful?
I told you no. None.
All right, Mrs. Manley. Do you have anything else you want to say to me?
What would I have to say?
Think about it. I'll be back here tomorrow morning. Something might occur to you. Miss Morse?
Yes?
May I come in?
Not if you're a newspaper reporter or with television.
No. I'm a doctor.
Oh, I probably need one by this time.
Thank you.
What do you do for a headache?
The best thing is to find the basic cause.
I suppose so. But that might take a lifetime.
Yeah, it usually does.
Why are you here?
How well did you know Mrs. Manley?
Not very.
But you knew something about her.
It was mostly at second hand. What he would tell me.
Or what did you know at first hand?
Only what I could see when she would come to the office to bother him.
You said bother. So you know something already.
It was obvious that she was bothering him.
How?
She would always be there to complain about something.
Such as?
Neglect. That's what it all amounted to. Why wasn't he home more often? I suppose she simply couldn't understand that a doctor has a great many obligations that keep him away from home.
Oh, yes. And as it turns out, one of them was you.
Only because I was more important to him.
How did she behave toward you?
She was always quite cordial.
Did she suspect you in any way of having an affair with her husband?
If she did, she never showed it.
I see. Well, you've been quite helpful to me, Miss Morse.
I wish you could be helpful to me. Someone should get the media off my back. I can't leave the house without being surrounded.
I'm sorry.
I suppose I'll spend the rest of my life being known as the other woman.
I'll think of her. She'll always be known as Diana the Huntress.
I don't think either of us really fit our parts.
She was standing there, Doctor. You know?
Just standing there quietly.
As a revolver, it was lying on the floor right by her left shoe where she dropped it.
And that was the scene when you walked into the room.
The girl, the nurse, Miss Morse, she was hysterical. Well, who could blame her? She kept repeating, she shot him, she shot him. She wanted to shoot me, too. But Miss Manley just stood there staring.
Staring at what?
I don't know. Maybe at nothing, like she was in a trance. And then suddenly she says, "It's you, Sergeant Davis."
She knew you?
Oh, yes.
Well, how?
Well, there's this pistol range, and I moonlight there as an instructor. She was taking lessons.
Why?
It's not a bad sport.
Was she aware of what she had done?
Yes, I would think so.
Did she say why she had done it?
Yeah, she said she found out he was two-timing her. So she killed him. She was mad. I mean, angry. She'd done the wifely sacrifice bit, and now she was being thrown out for a younger dame.
Is that what she said?
Well, that's what it came down to.
And so she tried to kill him in a white heat.
Well, white, red, whatever it is, she just came apart at the seams. If he dies, will it be temporary insanity, Doc?
That's what we have to find out.
I only have a few minutes, Dr. Allman. I must make it plain. How can I help you?
Dr. Palliser, do you remember a student by the name of Alan Manley?
Manley. Why is that name familiar? Oh, yes, it's been in the news. His wife tried to shoot him.
Do you remember him?
Is he that Manley?
Which Manley?
Don Juan Manley. He had a reputation for being quite a lady killer. I suppose the reverse was almost true. Is he going to live?
Well, he's still on the critical list.
I hope he pulls through.
Don Juan Manley, eh?
Yes. That's how I remember him.
When did you find out that your husband was being unfaithful?
I told you when I caught him in that lie about Dr. Palliser.
No, I don't believe it.
Are you accusing me of being a liar?
You say you found out 2 nights ago. I say you knew long before then. I say you knew it 15 years ago.
That isn't true. That is not true.
It is or it isn't. It gets down to the basic question. What did she know, and when did she know it? Well, whatever she knew and when, one thing is certain. We are going to know it all in Act 3. What song the siren sang, what name Achilles assumed when he hid himself among the women, though puzzling questions, are not beyond all conjecture. No, indeed, Sir Philosopher. The most puzzling questions are not those of the far away, the long ago, but the plain, simple, everyday ones that always exist between men and women.
You knew he was unfaithful 15 years ago.
That's a lie, Dr. Ullman.
You didn't know?
It isn't true. He was never unfaithful to me.
Well, then why was he called Don Juan Manley?
Oh, that.
Yes, Mrs. Manley, that.
I see you've been doing some research.
Yes, I have.
You know what they say about knowledge. A little bit is worse than nothing at all. The same thing can be said about research. You dig, but you only scratch the surface.
We do?
Had you dug deeper, you'd have found out it was a joke. It was a joke. He was the most repressed, the shyest man in the class. I'm sure I was the first girl he ever really kissed. That's why they called him Don Juan. You know how cruel people can be when it comes to a joke.
How did you meet him?
I was working in the campus coffee shop. I was behind the counter. It was getting late and they're closing. And he was sitting there, just sitting. He finished eating long ago. And so I remember I said to him, would you like to pay that check? It's time to close.
I'm sorry.
Tomorrow's another day.
Yeah.
$1.80 tax.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I have it here somewhere. 75, $1, 20, 30, 45, 60. Wait a minute. I have to have another 28 cents somewhere. Yeah, I could have sworn it.
You don't have 28 cents?
Well, I guess not. Will I have to wash dishes?
No. You'd probably break more than 28 cents worth. Listen, you pay me tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes, that's what I said.
Well, I may not be here tomorrow.
Oh, no?
No, I'm fed up with the whole business.
What whole business?
School. I've been going to school all my life. Grade school and high school and college and now med school.
Well, you have to go to school if you want to get someplace.
I suppose. All right, what's someplace?
It's a place where you're somebody.
Well, I'm somebody now. I am Alan Manley. I just want the...
Yeah, you just want... What?
Just to be like everybody else.
Who's everybody else?
You know, guys that don't kill themselves studying.
You kill yourself?
I do. You know why? Because I'm not as smart as the other guys in my class.
They all kill themselves, too. None of them have it easy studying. I hear them talking.
No, I am killing myself working. I have to hold on to 2 jobs to make it, and at the end of the week, I'm flat broke. And what for? So I could be a doctor? Oh, no. I've had it. I'm quitting. No, I'm going to quit.
Don't.
What do you mean, don't?
If you quit, you'll regret it the rest of your life.
How do you know?
Just believe me.
What is it to you, anyway?
I don't know. I wouldn't like you to be unhappy.
Well, I'm unhappy now. And why should you care?
I've seen you come in, and you always have such a sad look on your face. Makes me feel sad, too. And I'd like to help you.
How could you hope to help me, huh?
Look, never mind how this sounds. But if you need any money...
What are you saying?
I could let you have some money.
I couldn't take any money from you, from a stranger.
Well, we wouldn't have to be strangers.
You know, I never met a girl like you before.
Well, that's not much of a compliment. You strike me as a fellow who hasn't met many girls.
Oh, yeah. But I guess if more girls were like you, well, I mean, I would have met more girls.
Well, there's certainly nothing special about me. I never even finished high school. But you're somebody.
Oh, I don't feel as if I were somebody.
I could make you feel like somebody. And you are going to be a doctor. And he became a doctor.
Yes.
I worked at 2 jobs. We were married. I worked all the time, but he went through school. It wasn't easy.
Yes, I know. I know what it is to go to medical school.
But you don't know what it is to go to medical school and do a day's work at the same time. Even though I was always on one job or another, it wasn't enough. He had to find something, too, and lots of times I'd come home and find him fast asleep over his books. Hey. Hey, come on. Get up. I'll make you some coffee.
What?
You fell asleep.
Oh, boy, I am so tired.
I know.
You know, I had to put in 4 hours with that road crew.
Well, but it pays good money.
Oh, there is no such thing as good money. Oh, I'm going to go to sleep.
No, you can't.
Why can't I?
You've got your anatomy exam tomorrow. Give me the book. I'll quiz you.
Come on, I'm too tired.
All right, well, then take a cold shower.
Just leave me alone, will you?
Now, they're going to ask about the chest. start with the xiphoid process.
Oh, look, I said I am going to sleep.
You do, and you'll never be a doctor.
Well, that suits me just fine.
Come on, sit down. We've worked too hard and come too far for you to quit now.
Oh, look, I'm so tired.
What is the xiphoid process?
It's the cartilaginous sword-shaped process that the...
No, come on, keep awake.
All right, the lower... the breastbone.
Or the...
all right, the sternum. Can I go to sleep now?
We have only just begun.
I hope you don't mind my coming here again, Miss Morse.
Not if it will be helpful, Doctor.
Now, what did you and Alan talk about?
What do people who are having an affair talk about? How much they love each other. How happy they are that they found each other. How frightened they are that they may lose each other.
Any specific areas of conversation?
Yes, I remember one. Travel.
What about travel?
They spoke about getting away more often.
On vacation?
No, these would be more than vacations. Trips. Lengthy trips. A year, 2 years.
And what did he say he would do about his medical practice?
He didn't say. He would get a faraway look in his eyes and say, I've always dreamed of being a sailor.
A sailor?
Yes. I think that would have made him very happy.
A sailor?
A sailor? What made him say that?
Had he ever said anything about being a sailor?
All little boys say they want to be sailors or cops or firemen.
Yeah, but he wasn't a little boy when he met you.
Oh, yes, he was. He was. In so many ways.
So he did want to be a sailor. Left to his own devices, he would have gone to sea.
Left to his own devices, he could have sunk down into Skid Row.
But you saved him from that.
Yes.
And you say he was never unfaithful to you before? Never?
Never.
All those times when he was supposed to be studying, out working in the library, there was never another woman?
No, there wasn't.
Well, now, how can you be so sure? After all, you only caught him by accident this time.
It isn't true. Why would he want another woman?
Why? To get some quiet, to get someone soft and gentle who would let him alone.
You're lying.
No, am I? Just look at you. Your husband is wealthy, successful. Your clothes are expensive. Your home, it's a showplace. How far you've come from that frowsy little girl who worked behind the counter at the campus cafe.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a girl. A girl who had nobody and nothing. Yes, oh yes. She had one thing. Ambition. But what could she do about it? One day, a young man came into her life. He had an opportunity to go places, but absolutely no ambition. And so she decided to supply it for him.
You're talking about me.
Of course I am.
And if I did decide to give him some ambition, make him work hard, what's the matter with it?
Nothing. Provided it doesn't go wrong, go bad. With you and Alan Manley, it did.
That isn't true.
Well, then why are we here? Why are you being held in prison, and why is he lying at death's door in the hospital?
Because I couldn't control myself. It just came over me when I found out.
You found out a long time ago.
No.
You always knew about your husband and Janet Morse.
No, I didn't.
Soft, sweet, relaxed. You could see she's the opposite of everything you are. Hard, bitter, nervous.
She could afford to be sweet and calm and relaxed. She didn't have to make him shape up. I could have been soft and relaxed.
He was your passport from the coffee pot to the penthouse. You weren't doing this for him. It was for yourself.
How can you say that? Would he have been better off as just a merchant seaman? With nothing?
Only he can answer that question. Now, you've been weeks preparing for this spontaneous outburst of passion. You even took shooting lessons so you could be sure to kill him. You knew he was cheating.
You can't prove that.
You were getting ready for a new life without him. You were taking courses. He has money, so do you. That's why you started to study finance and business law, and maybe you wanted a job. So you're studying computer programming.
That isn't true.
You registered for these courses. You're attending them. Well, excuse me. Dr. Ullman here. Oh, yes. Oh? Well, thank you very much. The hospital. He's taken a turn for the better.
Oh.
He has a good chance now. Mrs. Manley, let me ask you a question. When did you know he was having an affair with Miss Morse?
I told you. I didn't.
Please.
About a year. Since the day she came to work for him.
That's better.
What am I going to do now? What's going to become of me?
Instead of shooting him, why didn't you ask yourself two very simple questions? First, why did he want to have an affair? Second, why in the space of a year hasn't he asked you for a divorce?
I don't know.
If he were happy at home, he wouldn't have looked at another woman. And if he were very unhappy, he would have left you. He's where a great many men are, and women too, in betwixt and between. He can go either way. It's up to you.
What's up to me?
Whom will he choose? You or Miss Morse?
What can I do? Can I let him throw it all aside and go to sea?
If that's what he wants, she's willing.
Oh, what's she got to lose?
Everything. Everything, just as you have. Maybe he really doesn't want to go to sea. Maybe he just wants to know it would be all right with you if he did.
And suppose I were to say yes, and he went.
Well, that's the chance you take, isn't it? Or would you rather nourish your grudges and nurse your hatred and try to shoot him again?
We always like to close these little tales, if we can, on a question. Thus, we have a story that never ends, but goes on and on, just like life itself. Of course, if Diane and Alan patch it up and live happily ever after, no one will care to hear anything about it. But if there is another shooting, oh, my, that makes a story, doesn't it? I'll be back shortly. Sacrifice. Literature and life are filled with stories of noble sacrifice, of people who gave up everything for one another. And there is a certain aura of nobility attached to it. The word sacrifice itself in Latin literally means to make something sacred. Sacred to whom? Can it truly be a sacrifice if there's an ulterior motive and you really enjoy doing it? I'm not being cynical, just curious. Our cast included Terry Keane, Earl Hammond, Jada Rowland, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries. This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WGN television. It comes at 9 o'clock, a full hour ahead of the others, and you get more news. The others compress Chicago's news with the rest of the world. We don't. We give you both, and in depth. You get more of Chicago's news, weather, and sports from people who know Chicago. Veteran news reporter John Drury, with 20 years of Chicago broadcasting experience.
The most gratifying part of this business is being on the street and reporting the news, and that's what I do.
Meteorologist Tom Skilling.
I spend 6 hours each day preparing for the 9 o'clock weather segment.
And veteran Chicago sportscaster Bill Frink.
I've been covering sports here in Chicago since 1963. Now, that's a long time.
The 9 o'clock news is more than headlines. You'll get a complete summary of important world and national events from Pat Harper, Steve Bosch, and Bill Jorgensen in New York. More news, earlier than the others from experienced journalists. The 9 o'clock news, nightly on...
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The longer I am associated with the Mystery Theater, the more I realize there is nothing ordinary about ordinary people. There is no end to the variations, the kaleidoscope of the cursed and the blessed. What a piece of work is man. How infinite in faculty. In action, how like an angel, was one man's opinion. Today, you will experience someone quite different. Less like an angel and more like a devil.
Remember me? I'm Charlie Ingalls from next door.
You met me yesterday?
I did. You're not so easy to forget.
You met Jane. I'm Vanity.
Oh, Jane never told me she had a twin sister.
We're not exactly twins. Jane and I are two separate and distinct people who happen both to inhabit the same body.
Our mystery drama, Vanity and Jane, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Marion Seldes. Radio Mystery. As I was saying earlier, with an assist from Mr. Shakespeare, man, and by that I certainly include woman, is of infinite variety, surprising, pleasing, and sometimes horrifying. My authority is Charlie Ingalls, a longtime friend who you no doubt know as a famous sculptor. This story, which he asked me to share with you, happened before he became so well known, and is about the two women in his life. This is how Charlie told it to me.
I was up on the roof of my studio on the beach, nailing down some shingles which had sprung loose during last night's storm.
Hey, you up there? Are you very busy?
Yeah, I'd say I was.
Oh, could you come down off your roof for a minute?
Well, just as soon as I get the shingles around my skylight fixed. This is the storm season. I prefer to keep the rain outside.
Oh, okay. If you don't mind, I'll climb up to you.
Which the girl did. Got right up the ladder and plunked herself down on the roof where I was nailing. A beautiful girl, I might add.
Hey, this is some view from up here. I've been crazy about the sea all my life. I guess that's because I was born inland.
This your first visit to Driftwood?
My first day. I just got here on the 1 o'clock ferry.
Hey, here for the summer.
Hope to be. My name's Jane. Jane Wilson.
Charlie Ingalls, pleased to know you.
How do you do? Listen, that house next door to yours over there?
The gray one?
Yeah, that one that's all boarded up. Do you know if it's been rented for the summer?
I don't, but I could send you to the man who could tell you.
Oh, could you?
Glad to. You know your way back to our little town of Driftwood?
Just follow the road I came out on.
Yeah, when you hit town past the luncheonette and go down Main Street, on the right-hand side, you'll come to a store window that says on it, Driftwood News. You go inside, you ask for Dan Kirkpatrick. He's the editor and publisher of the weekly. He owns the gray house.
Oh, Mr. Ingalls, I'm much obliged. I'm going to walk over there right now.
Okay, you can tell Dan that Charlie sent you. You sure you can get off this roof all right?
Oh, don't worry about me. I could get down off Everest. I'm in great shape.
I had to agree with her there. And a face to match the body. About 23, I'd say. That afternoon, I phoned Dan Kirkpatrick at his office. I guess I really wanted to know if Jane Wilson got his beach cottage.
Charlie, you been trying to get me?
No, Dan,
I've been on the phone checking out the references of that girl you sent me.
Oh, yes, Miss Wilson.
Anyway, she checks out okay. Gave me a month's security and a month's rent, and I told her the old shack is hers right up to Labor Day.
No kidding. Well, I'm glad to help.
I want to thank you, old buddy. I had about given up renting this summer, what with the high price of gas. There's not too many folks coming out this way.
Yeah, well, anytime, Danny. Anytime.
Yes?
I just came over to find out if you needed anything. I mean, since we're neighbors, you know.
Who are you?
Charlie Ingalls from next door.
You are?
Yeah, yesterday. The man on the roof, remember? I was fixing my skylight. You climbed up on my roof and talked to me.
I don't remember anything like that. I've never climbed up onto a roof in my life.
Okay. Okay, have it your way. So long, neighbor.
Oh, wait a minute. You said you met me yesterday?
Well, you're not easy to forget.
That wasn't me. You met Jane. I'm Vanity.
Oh. Jane never told me she had a twin sister.
Well, we're not exactly twins. You see, Jane and I, we're both separate and distinct people who happen both to inhabit the same body.
You do?
You don't believe me?
Well, I believe you,
Well,
but...
that's generally the reaction, so I don't tell many people.
Well, it's not the kind of thing one hears every day of the week.
Well, Mr. Ingalls, I'm not going to stand here in the open doorway, so if you don't mind, good night.
Look, how about you coming over to my place? I'll cook up some supper. You know, we bachelors are very resourceful.
If that's your delicate way of informing me you're not married, I'll say thanks. No thanks.
Just one thing before I go. You are Vanity Wilson, is that right?
Yes, we've just been over this. Now, please go, Mr. Ingalls.
No, I will. I just wanted to make sure I understood. Vanity objects to people barging in, people she doesn't know, hasn't met, or expects, huh? I mean, Vanity doesn't accept spur-of-the-moment dinner invitations, even from a new neighbor, so I know what she doesn't like. Can you tell me what she does like?
I like to paint, to write. I love music.
Well, isn't it possible I could like the same thing?
Well, of course it's possible, but, Mr. Ingalls, the fact that you live next door doesn't mean you can waltz in here and intrude on my life.
And she closed the door in my face. I won't say she was downright rude, but she sure wasn't friendly. And the next day I was working on a clay model of a head, and I see her way down on the beach jogging my way. I wondered, was she kidding me with this routine of having two separate personalities? I had to find out.
Hi there!
Hey, good morning. You taking advantage of the good weather while it lasts?
Oh, I'll run in any weather.
I didn't think you were interested in sports.
Are you kidding? That's my middle name. Any form of exercise is all I care about.
Or what about writing, music, and painting?
Oh, so that's what it is. You met Vanity, haven't you? I'm Jane. We met first. How'd you meet her?
Well, I stopped by last night with the proverbial cup of sugar.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Well, now you've rattled the family skeleton.
Well, I can accept it, but it must be hard on you.
Oh, well, I don't have any control when she takes over. She was, abrupt with you. She's abrupt.
She showed me the door.
I guess we're about as different as two personalities could be. Vanity is into deep thinking.
I'm not. I like to do.
Hey, you're pretty calm about this dual personality thing.
Oh, I've lived with it for 10 years.
And Vanity knows you exist.
Well, didn't she talk about me? Of course, she knows. You're frowning. What is it?
Oh, no, I always frown when a sudden idea strikes me. I'm just wondering, if I did a head of you, how would I show both Jane and Vanity?
Oh, that's right. You're a sculptor. Well, how about giving us 2 faces?
On one head.
Why not? One facing front and the other facing the other way.
Yeah, that's a thought. I mean, if I get to know the two of you better... 10 years, you said? Is that how long you've been split?
Yes, it started when I was 13, the year my mother died.
There must have been some problem in school.
No, not really. Well, I was the one who used to goof off, and Vanity, she was the grind. She always pulled us through. Worked pretty well when we were in school.
So you lived with it? Nobody did anything about it?
Well, my father did. We went to a special kind of psychotherapy institute where they deal with multiple personalities, or they try to. It just didn't work.
Oh, that's too bad.
In fact, I'd say, and I'll bet Vanity would agree with me, it's one of the few things about which we agree. But instead of making one of our egos disappear, we seem to become each more entrenched than before and more separate.
Look, Jane, I'm sorry, but I better get back to my work. It's a commission, so I've got a delivery day.
Oh, yes. Charlie?
Yeah.
It's Charlie, isn't it? Not Charles.
Oh, take your pick.
I'm glad we're neighbors. You seem like such a nice man. What I was going to say was, if you're really interested in the one Miss Wilson with the 2 heads, why don't you come over for dinner tonight?
Thanks, I will.
Do you like spaghetti?
Anytime, anywhere, any amount.
Oh, well, you taste mine. Oh, I know what I wanted to ask you. Are there any public tennis courts around? I've been working on my serve. I hate to get rusty.
Yeah, there's one right outside of town. I'll take you there tomorrow.
Oh, great. Then 7:30 tonight, okay? I just want to run a couple of miles on the beach. See ya.
7:30 on the button. Here I am.
I see you are.
Hey, let me in quick before that fog rolls in after me. Hey, I brought you a bottle of Chianti. Can't eat spaghetti without red wine. Where'll I put it?
You're not putting it anywhere, Mr. Ingalls.
Oh, no. You're not... you are. You're Vanity, eh? Where's Jane?
She's not here. I am.
Vanity, do you think you could just go? Please?
Even if I wanted to, I don't think I could.
Look, it's not fair. Twice I've been over in the evening and you're here instead of her, and tonight I've come to have dinner with her.
I know that. I was here when she asked you over.
You heard her say that?
No, not exactly, but I know she did. Good night, Mr. Ingalls.
Look, I am trying to understand you both, particularly you, Vanity Wilson. I mean, why are you so unfriendly to me?
I wouldn't say that, Mr. Ingalls. I'm just much more shy with people than Jane. I don't take up with strangers that quickly.
Vanity, if you keep on doing that, everyone will remain a stranger. There's no way of you bringing Jane back?
No way.
How long before you two switch personalities again?
How long?
Yeah, I mean, is there a time limit or something so I can know when she'll reappear?
Neither of us knows that, or has ever known.
Are you holding something behind your back?
You mean this?
That's a pretty lethal-looking kitchen knife.
You think so?
Yeah, what's in your other hand behind your back?
Just a tennis racket.
Lord in heaven.
Yes. It's a little cut up, isn't it? And it's Jane's favorite racket, too.
You did that to it? Why? Why?
It's her fault. Jane was in the kitchen, you know, cooking up the spaghetti. And I said to her, "What are you doing?" "Company's coming," she said. Well, she knows I don't eat spaghetti. I don't like spaghetti. And she knows I don't invite strangers to dinner. So I went into the closet and I took out her tennis racket and I have been cutting the strings one by one. And I've almost finished. I had to teach her a lesson.
I warned you, didn't I, of the unpredictability of the human species? I said to my friend Charlie, if it were if I discovered I was dealing with a dual personality, one of whom disliked me, I would have put an end to the friendship. He said, it wasn't that easy. I had to put up with Vanity because I'd already fallen in love with Jane. I shall return shortly with more of Charlie's story in Act 2. An artist, a sculptor like my friend Charlie Ingalls, deals in known quantities. The planes of a face, the texture of skin, the movement of the body, the thrust of motion. But dear old Charlie had no experience whatsoever with the texture or movement of the mind. This made his comprehension of Jane and Vanity Wilson so elusive and mysterious.
I tell you, Dan, what I mean is, if I did tell you what I know about this girl, you wouldn't believe me.
Have you come into my little office to cry on my shoulder or to give me an exclusive for the Driftwood News gossip column?
Dan, I'm serious. I really came to ask you what you knew about her. It's your house she rented. You must know something about her.
I do.
So you wouldn't have rented her the cottage if she had a record or something.
Whatever she tells you, why don't you believe it?
Because it's almost unbelievable, and I can't believe she's putting me on.
What I know, Well, there's not much to tell. Don't go away, Charlie. Let me get this. Driftwood News, Dan Kirkpatrick at your service. Oh, hi, Mrs. Stratton. Sure, news is news. It did? Well, we don't have a photographer on the staff, but if you can get someone to take a picture of it, sure, we'll print it. If it's what you tell me, sure. Oh, that's news, all right. We'll get it into this week's paper. Goodbye. That's the stuff a local weekly gets to print. After the Monday storm, a rowboat was washed up on Mrs. Stratton's beach.
And that's what she called you about? We're going to have storms till the end of the month?
Oh, no, wait a minute. Get this. On the prow of the rowboat, she says you can see distinctly the name Titanic.
Come on.
When I told her to send me a picture, it's some yacht owner's idea of being cute. Oh, now about Jane. She told me that she's been in a kind of psychiatric hospital or institute. She gave me the name of her doctor. I called him. He told me she was okay. A very nice person. Had her own money. Her father died recently. And he was all for her having a nice summer out here, the doctor.
Yeah, well, I knew her mother died 10 years ago, but her father, too?
Yes, a month ago. She wrote me a check, security in the first month. I called her bank. They said, yep. I like the girl, and why shouldn't she have the cottage?
Mr. Kirkpatrick?
Oh, Jane Wilson. How nice to see you. You been shopping? You know this gentleman?
Hello, Jane.
Oh, I certainly do. My neighbor.
Guess who we were talking about just now?
Jane. It is you this time, isn't it?
It's me. Oh, you were talking about me?
Well, I was trying to I don't know.
Why don't you ask me, Charlie? I would have told you.
I'm not always sure of finding you at home.
I wondered if you'd come for dinner last night. Oh, well, anyway, the reason I'm here, Mr. Kirkpatrick, is there anywhere in town I could... Oh, I'd better show you. I wrapped it up so carefully. Is there a place where I could get this restrung?
What happened to your tennis racket?
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
Dan, isn't there a tennis pro who runs a sports shop on Windmill Road?
Looks like you tried to net a shark with that racket, and the shark got away.
Dan, you've made your amazement quite graphic. Now, how about answering Jane's question?
Yes, Howie's sports shop, but he doesn't open till after lunch. Oh, excuse me. Driftwood News. Yes, Mrs. Stratton. It has? Oh, that's a shame. Well, better luck next time. Bye. The high tide just washed the Titanic off her beach.
Hey, Jane, let's get out of here. How about lunch?
Oh, I don't think I deserve it after last night, but I'm famished. Well,
it wasn't your fault at all, Jane. I did feel sort of foolish arriving right on time and having Vanity tell me to get lost and go home.
But that's the terrible part about this. And it's getting worse. Sometimes I just know what Vanity's doing, as she sometimes knows what I'm doing. But last night, all I remember now is that I'm getting the spaghetti ready for our dinner. I look up, and there she is, with a kitchen knife in her hand.
Jane, that was you holding that knife.
No, it wasn't. I didn't pick it up. It wasn't my hand. And that's all I knew until this morning.
Didn't you put 2 and 2 together when you found your tennis racket slashed like that?
It's just getting worse.
Look, I mean, do you want to talk about it?
Yes, but let's eat first. It'll help me calm down.
Your hand is shaking. Are you all right?
I could do with a glass of something.
Well, that's what this wine is for. I'll pour, you talk.
I don't know how to explain this because on the face of it, it's impossible.
Well, do you think maybe a quick trip back to the Institute might help?
No, that wouldn't. So this morning, I knew I had to get out of the cottage as fast as I could.
But you can't escape Vanity that way. She's inside you. She wears the same skin.
It's such a strange thing. 1 minute, I'm Jane Wilson. I'm completely in control of my life. And the next, without warning, I'm Vanity Wilson. I'm hidden inside and almost conscious in a peculiar way that she has taken over. And what she says and does is very clear to me. But I never knew she'd taken a kitchen knife and cut the strings of my racket. That I didn't know.
Is there nothing that can be done so that you have some control over her?
We're good friends. Sometimes we talk back and forth. Sometimes, as if we were actually 2 separate people in 2 separate bodies.
I would hardly call you good friends.
Well, we were when we were growing up.
And now?
Well, do I have to tell you? You've seen, she hates me. I have this premonition, this feeling that Vanity's she's going to kill me.
What?
I mean it, Charlie. I mean, don't you see? The way she cut up the tennis racket, she could cut me up, too.
No. Hold it. You're talking about a second personality that lives inside your own body, Jane. I mean, she has your arms, your hands. Whatever Vanity might do to physically hurt you would hurt her as well.
Yes, you know that, and I know that. But I'm not sure Vanity realizes that I don't exist outside of her.
Of course she must know. Think of yourself as a many-sided person, but one person. Jane loves the out-of-doors sports. She has an open nature. Vanity is shy, retreated, prefers artistic things.
I'm going to stop you. Vanity is not the artistic side of my nature. Vanity is a rival. I'll go further. I'd say she's sinister, perhaps even evil. I know it. And I'm frightened for the both of us.
You said sometimes you talk like separate people. Now, have you tried reasoning with her?
Well, I heard what she said to you when you came to dinner. Or rather, I knew that she'd said it. Jane knows I don't like strangers, so I have to punish her.
And she's never been so overtly antagonistic before.
Well, I've never been threatened like that.
And you don't know why?
Oh, I can guess. It's you, Charlie. I think she's jealous. Oh, there's someone at the door there who's waving at us.
Oh, it's Dan. Well, come on over, Dan.
No, he's shaking his head.
Oh, I guess he doesn't want to join us. He's being diplomatic. Excuse me a sec. I'll just go and see what he wants.
And see if you can get someone to take our order.
Yeah, I'll do what I can. What is it, Dan? We waved to you. You could have come over.
You're asking me about Jane started me thinking, and I put in a corner I'd like to talk to you about.
Oh?
I don't want to talk about it here in front of her, so would you stop by my office before you go home?
Oh, that's all you came here to tell me?
Take it easy. It could be important. I'll see you in a bit.
Sorry, Jane. Dan didn't want to interrupt us. That's why he didn't come over.
I'm not interested in him.
Yeah, there wasn't a waitress in sight. I could get to come over to our table.
I'm not interested in food either.
Well, a minute ago you were starving.
A minute ago, I heard Jane tell you I was jealous of you and her.
Oh, you're not Jane.
Let's get out of this dismal place.
You heard what Jane said to me. That means you could talk to her, and she could talk to you.
Well, we did when we were kids. I'm going.
Vanity, please.
This cheap luncheonette may be good enough to satisfy Jane. It is not good enough for me.
Vanity? Vanity, what's bothering you?
I don't like the insinuations she makes.
Well, can I talk sensibly to you? I mean, the two of you are one person. You're together. You're stuck with each other. Now, why can't you treat each other like sisters and try to understand each other?
Mr. Ingalls, you're trying to be fair, but you don't know anything about Jane, and I know too much.
And you don't like what you know.
I'll never forgive her. Where are we?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You've never been into Driftwood, have you? Well, I'll show you the way and take you back to the beach road and the house. I've got it. You want me to be honest with you, Vanity?
I wish everyone would be honest with me.
Would you give me an honest opinion?
It's the only one I have.
Good. Now, I'll tell you something. Every year, we have a street art exhibit. Now, you're interested in art and in painting, and it might interest you. Besides, there's a piece of abstract sculpture of mine, and I'd like your opinion.
Where is it?
It's down this street and around the corner. Come on.
Well, I don't claim to be a professional art critic.
No, it's all right. I don't need that. I make my living doing heads of people. I've never tried an abstract expression in stone before, and I'd be interested in your reaction.
Why do you want my reaction?
Well, I guess I'm trying to get to know you better, to know why there's such a bad feeling between you and Jane, why neither has control when the other takes over.
Wait a minute.
What? Oh, yeah, he's cute, isn't he, little boy? He's much bigger than the flute he's playing. I wonder why he's playing here on the street.
Don't say anything, please. Don't speak, please.
It was very strange. Vanity looked around like a frightened doe, wanting to run, yet unsure which way to go. The little boy stopped playing. Vanity pulled the child to her and held him tightly in her arms.
Don't ever stop playing. Promise me you'll always play.
Vanity, come on. You're scaring that child. Let him go.
I will. Yeah. There, now. See? Now, will you play for me again, little boy? Please?
Okay, now, look, would you come along now, Vanity? Tell me, I mean, what is it? What is it that's bothering you?
Nothing at all. It's just that I don't want you just to be a friend of Jane's.
Well, I don't either. If I am, does that mean I can't also be a friend of yours?
I was upset. That won't happen again. So you'll be my friend, too, will you?
Sure. If you want me to, of course I will. I said I would.
That little boy. You see, my mother was a musician, and at home she used to practice, and it was the flute.
Of course, that would be disturbing.
10 years. That's how long it's been since she died.
Now, there's an example of what I've been saying, Vanity. You say that you and Jane are so different, that you...
That I hate her? Well, yes, I do.
Well, don't you think Jane misses her mother, too?
Jane? Miss her? Jane killed her.
In effect, if Vanity Wilson manages to do away with her alter ego Jane, since they are one and the same person, the result would not be murder, but suicide. Under no circumstances can that action be justified. A man is a prisoner of his life, said wise Socrates. He has no right to open the door and run away until the gods summon him. How this looming tragedy is resolved, I shall tell you when I return shortly with Act 3. My old friend Charlie Ingalls, the sculptor, was a bachelor. And then one day a girl moved into the house on the beach next to his, and he fell in love with her. Can you imagine how he felt when he discovered he'd lost his heart to two different existences, one of them capable of the ultimate violence?
Dan, what's happening? I mean, why doesn't that Dr. Condon come to the phone?
Don't get yourself so worked up, Charlie. They've gone to get him. He's somewhere in the institute.
What do you mean, don't get worked up? You act as if I could just walk away from
Charlie, easy, huh? When did I say that?
Even if I didn't care for Jane, how could I leave her alone with this second identity, this vanity character? Jane thinks she's dangerous and threatening. I mean, that's why we're putting in this call to Dr. Condon. He treated her.
Hold it. Dr. Condon? This is Dan Kirkpatrick. I published the Driftwood News on the island. Remember, we talked last week about my renting to Jane Wilson.
Here, would you give me that telephone?
All right, here.
Doctor. Hello, Doctor. This is Charles Ingalls. I live next door to Jane, and she is afraid that her second personality, the one she calls Vanity, is going to kill her. Yeah, there was an incident last night with a kitchen knife. Yeah, Vanity got hold of a kitchen knife. You can? Oh, yeah, I'd really appreciate that, Doctor. Yeah, we all would. I'm going to put Dan back on the phone now. He knows exactly how to get here. Jane, come on, I think we should go inside. That tin roof Dan's got over this porch is starting to leak.
No, let's stay. I love the wildness of the storm over the ocean.
Yeah, it's nice. I think this one will blow over pretty soon.
Well, that's too bad. I'd just be walking on the beach this very minute, but I just didn't think you'd approve, Charlie.
Does that matter to you, my approval?
Yes, it does. It really does.
Jane, I might as well tell you, I spoke to Dr. Condon at the Institute. What you told me about feeling your life was threatened worried me so much I couldn't let another day go by without asking for some help.
I don't know that he can do anything. The last time I saw him, he said I should try to lead a normal life, and perhaps in time, Vanity would go away.
Yeah, but I couldn't wait for that. He's coming out here. I didn't know what to do.
There's nothing you can do, Mr. Ingalls. I have no intention of harming Jane. Not at this time.
Jane? Well, have you become Vanity? Is that you?
Yes, it's me. When I think about what Jane has done, something comes over me and I can't contain myself. I want her punished. I want her dead.
You just said you wouldn't harm Jane.
That was a minute ago before I started thinking about what she's done. Now, if you don't mind, I don't like this storm. It makes me uneasy to be out here. I'm going inside.
No, you're not. You're sitting with me right here on this porch until you explain yourself.
Mr. Ingalls, will you let go of my arm?
I will not let go, Vanity. You stay right in that chair.
You're hurting me.
You stay where you are and your arm won't hurt.
Why are you so cruel? Don't you understand these noises, the thunder and lightning? I'm afraid of storms. Now let me go.
No. What is it you said to me this afternoon about Jane and your mother? I want you to say it again.
It has nothing to do with you. Oh, stop. Stop that thunder. Let me go. I can't stand it.
As suddenly as Vanity had taken the place of Jane, the personality of Vanity disappeared, and Jane returned. How did I know it was Jane? She just looked at my hand on her arm, then at me.
You don't have to do that, Charlie. I won't run away.
You're Jane now, aren't you?
Well, you know I am.
Yeah. Look, Jane, have you any idea what's behind Vanity's anger? What is she accusing you of? Try to remember. It's about your mother. I mean, can you think back? Well, concentrate. Can you remember?
Of course she can. Jane killed Mother. Yes, you did. There was only you and her in that car, and only you lived.
Vanity?
Yes, it's me, Vanity. Now listen, Mr. Ingalls, none of this has anything to do with you. It is between Jane and me.
What is it you want?
I want to make her pay for Mother's death.
How?
What would be just? The same price as Mother paid. Death. What do you think?
Now, Vanity, please listen to me. You are not a separate entity from Jane. You have the same body, the same head. I'll grant you not the same mind or thoughts, but the same beating heart. If anything you do to Jane, you do to yourself. If you hurt her, you will feel the pain. If you try to rid yourself of her forever, it is your heart that will stop. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it. But what you don't see is how unbearable it is to be forced to share an existence with a murderer.
You saw a murder take place?
No, I wasn't there.
Now, did you ever ask Jane what happened in the car?
Why should I? I know.
How can you? Now, you just said you weren't there and you've never asked Jane directly. Wouldn't her word mean something?
She was 13. When you're 13, you do a lot of lying.
I don't understand you. A clever, sensitive, rational being like you, devoured by anger, yet unwilling to put the question and listen for the answer. Is that asking too much of Vanity Wilson? Ask her. Talk to Jane.
We never talk to one another just like that. Like you and I are doing now. There are times when we know what the others thought or said, like the time Jane invited you for dinner, and I knew it.
It's never happened to exchange ideas back and forth?
No, not since we were 13. Since then, either she takes over or I do.
Yes, it's a big responsibility being two people in one body.
I hate it. I've always hated it.
Jane knows that. She knows you wish her dead. Vanity, if I sat here between the two of you, would you agree to listen to her side of it so that both of you could speak up?
If it's possible.
Well, couldn't we just try?
Well, it's never happened. She and I have never talked directly.
I know. I'm not sure if we can do it either. I don't know how one brings about those things, but let's try, Jane. Okay? Jane, can you come forward?
I'm here.
Is that you, Jane? Yes. It is you, isn't it?
Yes, it's me, Charlie. Me, Jane.
Do you know what I was just saying to Vanity?
You'd like us to face each other and talk directly. I was aware of every word.
Jane, Vanity tells me she blames you for the death of your mother.
Jane, I remember that morning very well. You left the house with Mother. You driving, and she sitting next to you. You backed the car out of the driveway, and suddenly you came to a screeching halt. Somebody was driving down our street.
Jane, is that true, what Vanity says? I mean, you backed away from the house, your mother next to you, and somebody cut you off.
It's true, Charlie. Somebody almost hit us. I stopped just in time.
Jane, 10 years ago, you were only 13. Why were you driving? I mean, did you have a license?
Mother was giving me a driving lesson. I was at the wheel. I drove down our street and then onto the highway. But all of a sudden, Mother didn't feel very well, and I wanted to turn the car around. But I didn't know how. And I kept asking her, how do I back up? How do I turn? And she just didn't answer, so I slowed up, and somebody came up behind us real fast, just the way it was when I was backing out of the driveway. There was a crash, and that's all I remember.
Say, what's with you, nature lover?
Hi, Dad.
It's pouring. You two are sitting here with the rain dribbling down your necks. Don't you notice you're all wet?
What are you doing here?
Well, the storm's got a ways to go before it lets up. I don't want everything ruined in the cottage. Will you two give me a hand fastening down the storm shutters?
You heard her, Mr. Ingalls. You heard what she said. She admitted it. She's guilty. She is.
Jane, what's the matter with you?
It's not Jane.
It's the other one?
Now you know the truth, don't you, Mr. Ingalls? She told us so herself. Murderer!
Where are you going? Vanity?
You killed her, Jane! You killed her!
What is the girl saying, Charlie? What's she running out in the storm for?
It would take too long to explain.
She'll get good and soaked out there. Well, Charlie, you're going to give me a hand. I'll close the storm shutters from the outside. You fasten them from the inside. Come on, let's move.
didn't return. The moon was out. Dan and I walked along the beach to find her. The ocean was still very rough.
That girl is sick. I hope that doctor gets here soon. Johnny, I understand what you tell me, but I don't think all the well-meaning effort in the world is helping.
There she is. I see her. Look at her running into the water. Can that girl swim?
Well, it depends on which one she is. One of them is a good swimmer.
Charlie, what are you doing?
Here, hold my jacket. I'm going in after her.
Charlie, now don't do that. Come back. That undertow's a killer.
It was a killer. The sea dragged me out, tumbled me over, and threw me back on the beach like a wet rag.
Charlie, you hurt?
Everywhere. I feel like I've swallowed the ocean.
That whiskey, she's still out there.
You'd have to be an Olympic champion to get through that.
Now, hold it. Here she comes. She's swimming in.
How does she do it? Hey, this way. Over here.
Will you look at her? Look at that. She's made it.
Hi there, you two.
And you thought she'd be in trouble.
I didn't expect to see you. Are you looking for me?
You gave us quite a time, young lady, running out into the storm like that.
Oh, I did?
Let's get back to the house before the weather changes its mind and starts up again. Besides, you two look like you could use dry clothes.
That friend of yours, Dan Kirkpatrick, he really is a friend when you need him, isn't he?
He came out during that storm to make sure the house was battened down.
Well, I'm just as glad he's gone home now. Because I'm not sure I want him to hear what I'm going to tell you.
Well, he kind of half believes there are two personalities, and then again, he doesn't.
Charlie, Vanity ran out of the house, you know that. And it was Vanity who ran into the water. I don't know what she wanted to do to me or what she would have done. But the moment she hit the waves, I could hear her. And she was saying, "Help me. Help me." I tried to save her, but I couldn't. And by that time, she had become me.
Are you trying to tell me that Vanity drowned?
Well, I'm not naive enough to believe that, but I wonder what happened to Vanity at that moment. And I have this strange presentiment that she'll never, ever come to the surface again.
Jane was right. I've rationalized that what happened that night was a kind of baptism, a cleansing in the sea. Vanity never again did come into our lives. I say that without fear of contradiction. You see, Jane and I married at the end of that summer, and this week we celebrated our 5th anniversary without Vanity.
That's it, from start to finish. I'm thinking it over. I hope Charlie and Jane don't mind, invasion of privacy. But Charlie and I could tell this to my Mystery Theater friends. The ending, I'm pleased to report, was happy. But what a circuitous roundabout road had to be followed to get there. I shall return shortly. It's a habit easy to acquire on the Mystery Theater, poking one's nose into other people's lives. But it's not a failing to be curious. I have that on no less an authority than the great Albert Einstein, who said, "One cannot help but be in awe of the marvelous structure of reality." Try to comprehend a little of this mystery every day. Never lose your curiosity. Which I don't think, Mr. Einstein, I ever will. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Paul Hecht, and Ralph Bell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Marshall. Not many of us live under the constant threat of unknown danger. Certainly few of us would choose to do so. Is a man brave or a fool if he actually seeks out peril? Today, a true story of a man always in the shadow of death, for he is a member of that elite corps called the secret agent, acknowledged the most hazardous profession on earth.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes. What is it?
I am Pierre Brojolette, French intelligence, and this is Wing Commander Forrest Thomas.
Ah, yes. Special operations. De Gaulle was telling me. You two are to be dropped over France to make monkeys out of the Nazis. What do you wish?
To know if you've decided to go ahead with it.
Now I ask you. Two men who wish to risk their lives to shorten the war. I can tell you this. The King's First Minister is not going to stand in your way. Go to it, and I hope you land on your feet.
Our mystery drama, The White Rabbit, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Pinnacle Books. I shall return shortly with Act One.
The South. The end of the Civil War. A time of tragedy and triumph. Heartbreak and heroism. From this turbulent era of our great American heritage emerges the proud, passionate saga of one family, their plantation and their dreams. Windhaven's Bounty by Marie Desjolais, the 9th book in the best-selling Windhaven saga. Windhaven's Bounty. New from Pinnacle Books. Windhaven's Bounty. Wherever paperbacks are sold.
Can't stop nibbling blue diamond almonds every day of the week. There's roasted salt for the Monday blues. Cheese is pleasing every Tuesday. Live salt makes Wednesday move. Onion garlic. Thursdays a groove and Fridays. Barbecue's just right. Smokehouse lights up a Saturday night. Home natural. Bring Sunday to a peak. There's a different flavor for every day of the week. Blue diamond almonds.
It's holiday baking time. Time to bring home the butter and flour and sugar and get out the rolling pin. Time to get to Jewel. Because this week Jewel has butter on sale. And somehow nothing tastes better than things baked with butter. Imagine delicate almond crescents. Then bake them with butter from Jewel. Picture creamy shortbread cookies baked till they just start to brown. Then covered all over with sprinkles. It's time for Yule logs, candies, and gingerbread men. Time for fruit breads. Time to bring home the butter from Jewel. Come on in. You'll find quartered, lightly salted, or unsalted Land O'Lakes butter is just $1.79 for a 1-pound package. And through Wednesday, Jewel's own Hill Farm butter in the bright yellow 1-pound box is just $1.59. Starting your holiday baking, bring home the butter from Jewel. Jewel, for a simply delicious Christmas.
In the last World War, and I say that hopefully, there were many who died and many who dared. Among the most venturesome was the secret Allied agent known as the White Rabbit. To begin our tale, let me take you to his hutch, which, as of this moment, is unfortunately high in the sky over France, in a parachute, floating down over German gunfire.
Bad luck. Oh, I hope the others who bailed out ahead of me got away. Now, if I could head for that open spot. Oh, that was close. What's the matter with those Germans firing at me? Target practice? I'd better maneuver the chute towards that clump of trees. Better place to hide. Here goes. So far, so good. Maybe they can't see me up in these high branches. Now, to unsnap the buckles. Oh, what have I done to my back? Slowly. Easy. Now, I can just
turn a little and undo the main buckle. Oh, I can't reach it.
You up there in that tree! Aviator! We have our guns aimed at you. Come on down.
I'd like to oblige you, but I can't. I'm trapped in my parachute.
Then we shall have to come up and get you.
I can say without exaggeration, there isn't a German prison camp I can't escape from. I've done it a few times, and I dare say there'll be more times. I speak German and French fluently, so disguises are possible. A little wheeling, a little dealing, a little wall climbing, and some fast sprinting. And by Christmas 42, I was out of prison and back in London.
Your name is Thomas, is it not?
Yes, General de Gaulle. Wing Commander Forrest Thomas, RAF.
British Special Operations recommended you for a job. You speak French and German.
I spent all my younger days in Paris, and then when the Nazis invaded France, I returned home and joined the RAF.
Yes, I know. I have your dossier in front of me. You seem to have a knack for escaping.
Yes, and also one for getting captured, I'm afraid.
The misfortunes of war. This is our problem, Thomas. France is invaded, but not on its knees. The Nazis are finding out one cannot guillotine every Frenchman. As long as he keeps his head, he still has his heart. And that is defeating him, you understand?
I'm afraid not, General.
At heart, the French want to resist the occupiers, but every Frenchman is such an individualist. Resistance is not effective.
Yes, I've run across that. Every Frenchman believes only he knows how to win the war, and he's going to do it alone.
I have been broadcasting here from London, urging the various clandestine organizations to work together. It's like advising one's own children. It falls on deaf ears. Now, do you understand?
Yes, I'm beginning to.
You see, you advise your eldest son what to do for his own good and the good of the family, and then you tell the second son, and the third. You instruct your daughters, but nothing comes of it. They may be your flesh and blood, but they don't know how to obey instructions or work together.
Your analogy concerns the French resistance group.
They are pulling apart. They are hurting France. Look at these reports. Bordeaux. A bomb placed in a wire factory taken over by the enemy does not go off. A dud. Lille also failed sabotage. The fire bombs intended for the gas storage tanks set fire to 3 farmhouses. The tanks are saved. Le Havre. The entire resistance group is rounded up while waiting for the go-ahead from Paris to blow up the docks.
Poor coordination.
Poor? None.
Could it be more than lack of cooperation? I mean, are there double agents in our underground?
I wish I could believe that. But it's stubbornness. On the one hand, the French communist resistance groups. On the other, true patriots for whom politics is for peacetime.
What is my assignment, General?
The final word will come from the British. I wanted to see you first myself. I will talk to Winston.
I need some special training in codes and ciphers. Parachuting I can do.
If Winston agrees, I propose to pair you off with Commandant Pierre Brossolette of our intelligence and to have the two of you dropped into France. We have a good man there near Lyon, a farmer, who will pick you up. He runs our clandestine radio relay.
I haven't met the Commandant, but I've heard of him.
He broadcasts to the resistance under the name of Commander Passy. I think you and Brossolette are what's needed to organize our underground into a unified fighting force. It's worth a try, no?
Yes, sir.
There's only one instruction we won't bother to give you.
Oh, what is that?
How to escape should the Germans capture you. I think you might give us lessons in that. This is the BBC French service calling from London on 34.5 meters. This is the BBC. Keep your radio receivers tuned as low as you can so that no enemy can overhear this broadcast. This is the BBC calling from London. Here now is Commander Passy.
Fighters for freedom, this is Commander Passy. This will be a short broadcast. Our general zookeeper is sending you some fine poodle dogs. They will be well trained, and you will enjoy them. Pass the word. We will repeat this transmission in 1 hour from now at exactly 1900 hours on 34.5 meters. Liberty equality, and fraternity. This is Commander Passy. Jacques, was it all right?
Yes, Pierre, it was fine.
Thomas, I didn't ask you. What does the engineer say?
Yeah, you made no mistake. You said 34.5. In these broadcasts, do you always refer to de Gaulle as General Zookeeper?
Always. You know who the trained poodles are, don't you?
Yes. We are poodles, pigeons, or rabbits. When peace comes, I'll never look at a poodle, a pigeon, or a rabbit without thinking... Is there someplace we could walk around and stretch our legs?
Well, the corridor outside. It runs along all the radio booths. We could walk up and down there.
Pierre, let's do it.
Jacques?
Yes, Commandant Brosselet.
The wing commander and I are going to take a little walk up and down the corridor. I'll be back in time for the next transmission.
Mr. Churchill is doing a broadcast from the studio next door. You'll find the corridor a little crowded with security.
The Prime Minister? Just the man I want to see. De Gaulle keeps saying Churchill hasn't decided yet, and Christmas has come and gone.
Yeah, that's true. We're as ready to go as we're going to be.
Let's see if the PM believes in starting the new year right. Mr. Churchill?
Yes, what is it?
I am Pierre Brosselet, French intelligence. I was broadcasting in the next studio, and this is Wing Commander Forrest Thomas.
Oh, yes, of course. Special operations. Charles was telling me. You two are to be dropped over France to make monkeys out of the Nazis. Well, what is it you wish?
To know, Mr. Prime Minister, whether you have decided to go ahead with it, and when.
Well, I would say this is the easiest decision I've had to make since I became the King's first minister. You two wish to risk your lives to shorten the war. Far be it from me to stand in your way. Go to it. And I hope you'll land on your feet. Here's the British airplane. Jean, flash your flashlight 3 times straight up into the sky. Yes, we like that. I hope they'll see it. Yes, it's there, I'm sure. Once more, Jean. 2 flashes. Look, one of them is bailed out. See the parachute. Oh, here comes the second one. The plane back to England. They're coming down smoothly. Jean, you watch over towards the hill, and I'll look across the field. Wherever they land, we'll run to them right away. Commander Passy, oui. Yes, we saw you come down.
Oh, good. Help me fold up this parachute.
Yes, very good. I'm Gabriel. This is Jean.
This is Wing Commander Forrest Thomas.
Good. Jean, help the commander fold up his parachute.
Good to meet you, Gabriel. How do we get out of here?
Yes, well, we have brought these 2 extra bicycles.
Well, this one's for me. It's a little small for a man my size.
Well, it's all we could get. I didn't know the wing commander would be such a tall gentleman.
I shall manage. Have we far to go?
Say, 10 kilometers to the safe house. Commander Passy, Jean and I will lead the way. The road is very bad, and we cannot show a light, so one must be careful.
Gabriel, you can call me Pierre, or Pierre Brosselet.
You are not Commander Passy?
On shortwave radio, I am Passy. On a bicycle, I am Pierre. Ready, Thomas?
Yes, as ever I will be.
We're ready.
Well, we start. Try to follow our tracks.
Hey, look at me on a bicycle. I haven't ridden one of these since I was a boy. Thomas, watch out! Thomas, you'll never do 10 kilometers by falling off.
I didn't choose to. Well, I'll try again.
Gabriel, Jean, wait for us. Thomas, it's all a question of balance.
Yes, I may find it easier to walk.
If something happens to one of you, Jean and I will try to stop. But we must remember this part of Normandy is full of Germans. So, if we see a patrol, we'll just keep going and wait for you further on.
Agreed. Thomas, have you figured out what you did wrong?
Well, my legs are too long and the wheels are too short. Perhaps I could pedal with my knees.
Whatever, just keep going.
I read somewhere that Ben Franklin had said, "A little neglect may breed mischief. For want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For want of a shoe, the horse was lost. For want of a horse, the rider was lost. And for want of a warning, the battle was lost." Could that happen again? It would distress me greatly to learn that the mission had to be aborted because tall Thomas couldn't ride a small bicycle. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
Hi, I'm an elf. Yeah, like in Christmas. You know, weather conditions at the pole are brutal on my hair. The reindeer just love it, but frankly, I'd rather be in Tahiti. Well, Valurite pharmacies have something that helps protect against damage done to my hair. During Valurite's Christmas sale, 16-ounce Flex shampoos and instant conditioners in a variety of formulas for your type of hair are just $1.69 each. I bought some Flex for the big guy, too. His hair's going to be a mess when he gets back home Christmas morning. Find the Valurite nearest you in the yellow pages under pharmacies.
Wrap up a beautiful Christmas at Sears with values for the kitchen. Now at most Sears retail stores. Save over $55 on a 9-piece cast aluminum cookware set with a Silverstone nonstick interior and baked porcelain exterior. Just $79.99. Then for quick cleanup, save $100 on a Kenmore built-in dishwasher with 3-level wash cycle. Now just $319.95. For kitchen values at Christmas, you can count on Sears. Minimum savings nationally. Savings based on regular separate prices.
Homeowners, businessmen, apartment dwellers, the crime rate in Chicago and the surrounding communities is on the rise. And if you've been burglarized or have a fear of being burglarized, vandalized, or even worse, and you want affordable positive protection for your loved ones and your valuable possessions, Crime Buster urges you to call 228-0900 right now. Learn about the Crime Buster, an affordable new electronic security system that detects the sounds of breaking and entering at all points of entry. The Crime Buster works before, not after the crime has been committed. It sets off flashing lights and a powerful electronic siren which frightens the criminal away before he can commit the crime. Plus, the Crime Buster unit can be equipped to signal an operator to call the police. Unlike other security systems, Crime Buster requires no costly wiring or installation. For a free, informative, descriptive brochure, call 228-0900 today. Operators are on duty 24 hours a day at 228-0900. You call Crime Busters today at 228-0900 to have that extra peace of mind.
February 25th, 3 a.m. Pierre and Thomas arrive by bicycle at the Normandy farmhouse. Clandestine contact is made with all resistance leaders. February 26th, 8 a.m. They are on a local bus bound for Rouen. 4 p.m. They board the Rouen-Paris train. Next morning, 6 a.m., the train arrives in Paris as the two agents discuss plans in the train's washroom.
I'll leave first, Thomas, and walk to the rear of the train. We'll meet at midnight tonight at the Cliché warehouse. All resistance ships will be there. Where are you hiding out today?
Well, I have some old friends who used to work at the French radio. I looked them up. In the old days, there was always plenty of wine for visitors.
Stand behind the door as I open it. Au revoir. À ce soir.
Who are you? What are you doing walking along the Seine at 11 o'clock at night? The embankment is verboten, forbidden. There's a curfew for all civilians.
I always walk here at this hour.
So do I and my patrol. I haven't seen you here before.
Since the streetlights have been turned off and Paris is a dark city, I don't wonder you haven't seen me.
I ask you again, what are you doing here?
Colonel.
Yeah?
Do you see those boats tied up on the Seine?
Yeah.
Those are my boats. I come here every night to make sure they are not stolen.
We Germans confiscate, but we do not steal. Your papers, please.
Oh, yes, sir. My pleasure. You won't be able to see them in the dark. May I light a match?
Ja, bitte. Ja, Alles in Ordnung. It seems to be in order.
Who would be so foolish not to carry the proper identity papers and ration cards in time of war? Well, good night, gentlemen.
Halt! You there! Come back here!
I smell trouble. Yes, Colonel?
I forgot to return to you your ration book. Here, take it. Good night. Good night.
And when an hour went by and you didn't show up at the warehouse, I knew something was wrong.
I was stopped by a patrol. I had to double back in my tracks, go the long way round to Clichy.
Those resistance group leaders hate each other's... Oh, how do you call it? They hate each other's guts.
Yes. And I thought the meeting went exceptionally well.
At least they all finally agreed to work as a team.
They realized together they stand, divided they fall. Besides, they're in bad shape. They all need equipment. Guns, ammunition, food, medicine.
Of course, and they knew it. If they played it our way, as a combined operation, they had a better chance that de Gaulle and Churchill would recognize them as a distinct army. Oh, you made a good point there about standing on a street corner and throwing a bottle of gasoline. That doesn't stop a German tank.
Here. There's a German colonel coming this way. He stopped me tonight along the Seine.
Ah, monsieur. Is this the way you watch over your boats? In a Paris night spot?
Colonel, let me introduce you to Maurice Dulac, a fellow boat owner.
Dulac?
Colonel?
Frankly, Colonel, when you assured me your men would never permit stealing, I felt quite safe.
You did? You trust us?
Because you are a German does not mean that you are not a man of honor.
Coming from a Frenchman, that is quite unexpected.
Well, the truth is the truth. You may be our enemy at present. You have conquered and invaded France, but the war will not go on forever. And one day there will be peace, and you and I, our countries, must live side by side.
I had never thought of it like that. Most Frenchmen detest us.
Someday, Colonel, you may come back to Paris with your wife or your sweetheart on a vacation. To see the sights, climb the Eiffel Tower. Perhaps Maurice or I will rent you a boat on the Seine. You know, one must look ahead.
I salute you. And you, Monsieur Dulac.
I haven't said a word.
Maurice, but you agree.
A pleasure. Have a nice evening.
À bientôt, Herr Colonel. Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
Thomas, you certainly know how to handle these Bosch.
It's a game, Pierre. Now, we need a few more days so that all the leaders will actually sign what we agreed to tonight.
When the agreement of the resistance leaders is signed, are you taking care of relaying the news to London?
Already arranged with my friends at RDF. The message they'll broadcast is, all pigeons flying together for the homeland.
Do you like it? Oh, very clear. Everyone has agreed to work together.
What I like particularly about the wording is, when the Germans monitor the transmission, they'll think it has something to do with airplanes or bombers.
Ici la radiodiffusion française. This is Radio France. Here is a notice for bird lovers. All pigeons are flying together for their homeland.
Winston, we have received word from our two men in Paris. Mission accomplished.
Really? Well, that didn't take long. What do they say, Charles?
All pigeons are flying together.
Well, I'm happy to hear it. And you must be also.
Do you have any further instructions while Thomas and Pierre are still in France?
No. Tell the poodles to come home.
I'll be glad to.
I thought you were going to get me a man-sized bicycle.
Commander, forgive me. I had planned to do that. I thought you'd be in Paris at least another week.
Excuses. We took 3 days, which was more than enough. When is the RAF picking us up?
No, not definite time. Any time between midnight and 3 in the morning. My instructions were, go to the field and wait.
Let's stop. If that's our rescue plane, we'll never get to the field in time.
How could it be? It's only 10 o'clock.
Oh, that's not for us. It's a flying fortress. They'd never sit that down in a cornfield. squadron. A bombing mission returning to England. Uh-oh. One of them's in trouble.
I can see smoke and flames.
Yes. It's coming down. Over here. Gabriel, Pierre.
So much smoke. I can't see anything.
There's someone on the ground. He's caught. Oh, he's caught under this piece of the wing. Gabriel, help me pull him out.
Yes, all right.
Pierre, where are you?
I'm coming. I see him.
I lift the piece of metal, Pierre, and you and Gabriel pull the man clear.
Very good.
Pull.
No, we've got him clear. I'll pick up his legs. Oh, he's alive.
Gabriel, and I have his arms.
Yes.
Now, let's run for it and get out of here before everything explodes.
Ici la radiodiffusion français. This is Radio France. The main item on our weekly talk for bird lovers concerns our ruptured duck. It is having a wing set, and we hope it will soon be ready to fly.
What that American pilot would have done if he'd gotten himself clear of the plane, I don't know. He doesn't speak a word of French.
His shoulder is in terrible condition.
How could he have understood what the local doctor asked him?
Monsieur Thomas, Monsieur Pierre, the Paris radio monitors passed along a message for you. First, let me ask, how is our American pilot?
No, Gabriel, first, what is the message?
Well, the same pickup point in the cornfield in 24 hours, if the weather permits. The British are sending 2 Lysander small planes to airlift you both and the American pilot. How is he, huh?
Oh, not good, but not bad. That French doctor friend of yours, he was here. He bound up his shoulder, but he said the sooner we get him to a hospital, the better.
Yes. Is he suffering?
Oh, not him. He's off his head. He keeps saying, what's all the delay? I want to get back to my squadron.
You see, we hadn't told him that he was the only one who survived the crash.
He wants to go on fighting. He's come all the way from the United States. Oh, you'd think it was his war.
Monsieur Pierre, isn't it?
There she comes.
They said small, but I didn't think this small.
I hope the second plane's right behind her.
Only room for 2.
That's all right. Now, let's get this wounded man on board first. Gabriel, help him up, will you? Tell me, when is your other plane coming?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. He had trouble over the channel and turned back. I came on alone.
Well, you can take 2.
But not 3. Somebody better toss a coin.
Thomas, you take the plane out with the American pilot. After all, I don't have to pretend to be French. I'll hang on until the next airlift.
Well, you'd better hurry. I see lights coming down the hill. It could be a patrol.
Here, I will see that there's a plane to pick you up as soon as I get back. And that message, Gabriel, about the 2 rabbits you were going to relay on French shortwave?
Yes, only one of you is returning on this flight with the wounded pilot. So should I make that 1 rabbit?
Yes, Gabriel, just 1.
This is Radio France, continuing our talks about the little animals of the forest. You remember we were worried about our 1 white rabbit. Animal lovers, you will be glad to hear that our white rabbit has returned to its hutch. Mes amis,
Hans, turn off that radio. They must think we're fools. Broadcasting from Paris in the middle of a war about animals and birds. The white rabbit has returned to its hutch. Hans, get me Berlin on the telephone. Come in, Thomas. Come in. Don't waste time standing in the door. Your home's safe. Good. Now, I suspected you'd make it. Charles tells me you're an escape artist.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. May I ask one favor? I would like to assist in the rescue of Commandant Pierre Brossolette.
Well, I'm afraid not, Mr. Rabbit. Special Operations has already put in the bid for you.
Excuse me, sir, but what did you call me?
I understand that in France you're known as the White Rabbit. That name has rather captured the fancy of the underground.
Well, it's because of the message returning to his hutch and all that.
Well, it means also you're marked. We must not assume, as some do, that the German officer is stupid. Therefore, not only the French are interested in the White Rabbit. So, for the present, Wing Commander, I shall recommend that we keep you here. Good day, sir. Thomas, I believe you have seen the Prime Minister?
Yes, General de Gaulle, yesterday.
And he told you that Special Operations wanted to keep you here until the right special assignment came along?
Well, more or less, sir.
That was yesterday. Today is today. We have just received word from a Dutch courier who got it directly from Gabriel, our man in Lyon, that Pierre Brossolette has been captured and imprisoned at Rennes.
Rennes? I know that prison. General, I know Paris. I want to get him out.
I had the same idea. Equip yourself and come see me the day after tomorrow. Paris has changed since the occupation, so you will need a guide to take you past the barricaded streets. We have one. He will be alerted to your arrival.
But, General, what about the Prime Minister?
He and I are in this together. I shall just have to explain to him how essential it is for the White Rabbit to once more leave his hutch.
It is quite true that the White Rabbit, like Cyrano's White Plume and the fictional Scarlet Pimpernel, became a symbol of freedom and courage. Whenever his name was mentioned on the air, it caused a stir in both Allied and enemy hearts. A great deal of sabotage and destruction was done in his name. And if you'll forgive me saying so, the exploits of the White Rabbit made the Germans hopping mad. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
I've never fancied myself as much of a cook, but I can bake a wonderful homemade pie. And my secret is Pet Ritz frozen pie shells. I found them one day in my grocer's freezer, and I've been baking pies ever since. I just fill a pie shell with fruit and pop it in the oven. My friends can't figure out how I can be such an average cook and bake such wonderful pies. But Pet Ritz pie shells make it easy.
All you do is fill and bake with Pet Ritz frozen pie shells.
If you're having trouble finding a perfect gift for a homeowner, True Value hardware stores offer an open and shut solution. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you give a Genie automatic garage door opener so that special person can open and shut a heavy garage door and turn lights on and off at just the touch of a button. Then the driver and passengers can enter or leave the garage in any weather in the comfort and safety of the car. You'll find Genie automatic garage door openers at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, and tell them Pat Summerall sent you.
Homeowners, businessmen, apartment dwellers, the crime rate in Chicago and the surrounding communities is on the rise. And if you've been burglarized or have a fear of being burglarized, vandalized, or even worse, and you want affordable positive protection for your loved ones and your valuable possessions, Crime Buster urges you to call 228-0900 right now. Learn about the Crime Buster, an affordable new electronic security system that detects the sounds of breaking and entering at all points of entry. The Crime Buster works before, not after the crime has been committed. It sets off flashing lights and a powerful electronic siren which frightens the criminal away before he can commit the crime. Plus, the Crime Buster unit can be equipped to signal an operator to call the police. Unlike other security systems, Crime Buster requires no costly wiring or installation. For a free, informative, descriptive brochure, call 228-0900 today. Operators are on duty 24 hours a day at 228-0900. You call Crime Busters today at 228-0900 to have that extra peace of mind.
There is a war. You have your job to do. It involves a selfless 24-hour dedication, whether you are a tank gunner, infantryman, a Marine, or a flyer. There is also friendship, born of mutual respect and the sharing of peril. When your comrade at arms is in danger, you jump at the chance to rescue him. This is what has returned Wing Commander Forrest Thomas to Paris, where at this moment he awaits his contact in the Passy station of the French subway, known as the Metro.
Pardon. Is this the right train for the Étoile?
Yes, but you'll have to wait.
How long?
Who knows? With the Germans in charge, it's a miracle the subway runs at all.
Are you Robert?
Are you Thomas?
Yes, I am.
An honor to meet you.
Where can we talk?
On this train. I'll open the doors. I take
the metro whenever I can. It's the safest way to guide those who need me.
And one can talk and not be overheard.
And not arouse suspicions. I was told you wish to get someone out of the prison. And Ren.
Yes. You've heard of Commander Passy.
I listened to his broadcasts from London.
Well, he's the one.
Do you know the area?
I remember it as a boy, but not well enough.
Well, then you must survey all the surrounding streets and then the prison buildings itself. We can get there by taking this metro line, change at Chalet, and get off at the Rennes station.
Good. I must know every escape route so that there's no slip-up once I get him out of his cell.
I have a locksmith who can help.
Good. Now, I'll need clothes. A wig and woman's clothing. Tell me, when are visiting days at the prison?
The first Sunday of every month.
Yes, that gives us 9 days.
The woman's clothing and the wig.
Well, this is what I've been thinking. I dress as a guard.
A prison guard. I can get you that outfit easily.
Now, on visiting day, I go to the cell. Commander Passy puts on the wig and the woman's dress. He leaves his clothes lying in a corner, and we leave. If we meet anyone on the way out, I tell them that this is the prisoner's wife who has just been to visit. We walk out in plain daylight. Now, when can we begin our reconnaissance?
Tomorrow morning. The first metro train leaves the Etoile at 6. It arrives at the Passy station at 6:10. Don't get off. Don't look at me. I will get off.
Robert, are you being followed?
One never knows.
One must know. The prisoner and I must leave France without a hitch.
To return to your hutch.
Oh, what makes you say that?
I think I know who you are.
Whatever you think, Robert. Let me assure you, the exploits of secret agents are greatly exaggerated. There are 100 men doing exactly the same job as I am.
Perhaps. But there is only one White Rabbit.
You there!
Me?
I don't see anyone else on this platform. Come here.
Is something the matter?
That's what we are going to find out. Take hold of him.
Oh, what is this? I have all my papers.
I'm tired of looking at forged identity papers. Wait. I want to see who gets off this metro.
But my papers are all in order.
No one's getting out. Take the man up to the street. So help him.
I can't walk. You don't have to pull me up that stairs.
Let him walk.
I demand to know on what grounds you're treating a private citizen in such a manner.
You can demand all you like, but we have a few questions to demand of you. What do you do for a living? Who are these people we see you talking to? Why are they giving you money folded over? Take him to the car.
Yes, sir. Well, you don't have to drag me. Let me walk. Why don't you look at my papers? You have the wrong man.
Sit him down on the pavement, his back to the car.
Yes, sir.
Open the car door and hold his right hand against the opening. Robert, who were you going to meet this morning downstairs in the Passy metro station?
I wasn't going to meet anyone. I was waiting for the first train to arrive.
You're not in the habit of taking a 6 o'clock train from Passy. Hold the prisoner tightly.
Yes, sir.
His hand in the car door. Robert, I ask you once more, who are you planning to meet this morning?
No one, I swear to you.
Slam the door closed.
Charles, unfortunate news. The Gestapo picked up Robert, our Paris guide, and broke him. That led them to Thomas.
They arrested Thomas?
Yes. We just had word from our Dutch agent.
That is bad news. But he's been imprisoned before.
You don't seem too upset.
I give Thomas 1 month, 6 weeks on the outside.
You have great faith in his ability to escape.
To us, Winston, he may be a runaway rabbit, but to the Germans, he is a slippery eel.
It depends on how much they know and how much they need to know. Nazi torture has a way of loosening the tongue. My information is they're taking him to Buchenwald, and that is not good news.
Barbed wire and machine guns won't stop you.
Well, I hope you're right, Charles. To lose 2 valuable men and a guide to make your French resistance into a fighting unit is a high price to pay.
Abraham, has anyone tried to escape from here?
From Buchenwald?
Yes, since you came a year ago.
Why do you talk escape? They would let you out of here if you told them what they want to know immediately.
Abraham, you don't believe that. They take me out like clockwork every morning. I tell them a little story which they don't believe. It gives me time.
They want names of places and people.
Which they won't get from me, not ever.
You have more courage than I have.
I have a plan. Do you have any special friends in the camp who would escape with me?
There is no one in Buchenwald who would not like to escape.
But would they risk everything?
Do you mean would they risk their lives?
Yes.
Well, it's always the same. If they are caught, a quicker death is preferable to this slow death. Yes, there are those who would risk everything.
Then I will find the way.
Thomas.
Yes, Abraham.
Do you remember last week you asked how many would escape with us if you found a way?
There are only a few. It doesn't matter.
Well, there are not. Only I will go with you. You tell me how and when.
We will wait no longer. We'll do it today.
Today? Now?
When we get to the forest to cut the wood.
But I have brought nothing with me.
All you need is your feet.
What is your plan?
Well, we start to chop wood. And when I give the signal, you do what I do.
What is that?
Run. Follow me.
How do you know which way?
Behind us are the smokestacks of the crematoriums. Now, we will run in the opposite direction.
But the guards will shoot us right away.
They won't see us. I'll arrange for our friends to stand close together to hide our escape.
Wing Commander Forrest Thomas.
You're not a prisoner, Colonel?
We are old acquaintances. We met in Paris a long time ago. The Wing Commander is always trying to run away from us, and we are always getting him back. Catching him like a rabbit in a trap. Not so, Mr. Thomas?
Oh, please go on, Colonel.
I intend to. This time you tried to escape from the firewood detail, and I am informed that this time many of your friends were killed. One of them we did not shoot. A Jew. His name is Abraham. We have not found him yet, but the men with the dogs will find him.
What do you want?
I was sent here to Buchenwald especially to talk to you, Mr. Rabbit.
I have told everything I know about the French resistance.
I doubt that. We learned a great deal more from a farmer, a friend of yours. So I had him brought here to convince you that you are playing a losing game. Cooperate and you are free. Fair enough. Bring in Mr. Thomas's friend.
Jawohl, Herr Oberst.
Leave the body there.
Who is it? I don't recognize him.
His face is somewhat unrecognizable. You don't know him?
It isn't... Oh, no.
Oh, yes, it is. Or was. He lived near Lyon in a farmhouse. Do you remember? He owned the receiving and sending wireless. Now, do you know him? Speak when you are spoken to. It is Farmer Gabriel. Let me warn you, Thomas. The way Gabriel looks now is the way you will look unless you change your mind and tell us what we wish to know. The name of every underground leader. The name of every member of each unit. The name of each town where they are located. The street and the house number. Did you hear what I said?
Colonel, I will tell you something.
Ah, that is a sensible attitude. That is wise. Now, what do you wish to tell me?
Colonel, you can go to blazes.
Glad you made it back, Thomas.
I just got in yesterday, Mr. Churchill.
I asked you to come along with me to our radio studio so I could use every moment.
to start thinking about your next assignment.
I still would like to go back and get Pierre Brassolette out of prison.
Well, he may not be there after all this time, but we'll talk about him in a moment. Now, that is the limit. I am told to be in Studio A at 7 p.m. We arrive here, and there's an on-the-air sign over the door. We'd better wait, and it had better not be long.
The on-the-air sign has gone off, sir.
Pierre, I knew you were back in London, Thomas. Good to see you. Mr. Prime Minister, good evening. Thomas, I was just this moment talking about you.
You were? To whom?
Anyone who might be listening to the BBC shortwave.
About me? Or why would you do that?
Because I gave him orders to. A message for all your friends across the channel. Le lapin blanc est rentier au clapier. The White Rabbit has returned to his hutch.
Until the war ended, Wing Commander Forrest Thomas, the White Rabbit, left his hutch many times, parachuting into occupied territory, stealing into a foreign house where British intelligence archives had been concealed, and removing them under the noses of the Gestapo, and countless other exploits. After the war, Thomas lived for another 19 years. On February 26, 1964, the White Rabbit returned to his final hutch, leaving behind him thousands of inspired and grateful men and women. I shall return shortly.
Hello, my name's Victor Cayenne. I was a dedicated blade shaver until my wife bought me a Remington microscreen shaver. They told her it shaved as close to the blade as she could return it with the sales slip within 30 days and get her money back. Remington has 2 microscreens. The first microscreen shaves incredibly close. The second microscreen shaves even closer. I was so impressed, I bought the company. The Remington microscreen shaves as close as a blade, or I'll give you your money back. Available at all Kmart stores.
Taking a laxative?
Yeah, traveling throws my system off.
But so can a laxative.
Not Metamucil.
That's Metamucil?
Metamucil instant mix in a little packet.
Oh.
Easy to take along.
And easy on your system. Because Metamucil is made from natural fiber with no chemical stimulants. More doctors recommend Metamucil for really gentle relief.
I like that orange flavor.
Me too.
Easy to take.
If not nature, Metamucil. Read label and follow directions.
Listen to what happened to Brenda, another reader, or is it victim of Raven House paperback mysteries.
I was at the carnival with my boyfriend Greg when I saw the murderer. He was on the carousel going round and round on a pink horse. I said, Greg, that's him. He killed Marcia. The killer heard me and took off into the House of Mirrors. I left Greg standing there and chased after him. Oh, it was just frightening. Everywhere I looked, there he was. Tall, short, fat, thin.
Raven House mysteries. Which one will claim you as its victim?
Oh, I had to apologize. Imagine, I had him confused with a character in my Raven House mystery.
Raven House publishes new mysteries every month. If you're clever enough, you'll find Raven House mysteries wherever paperbacks are sold.
Infiltration of the enemy. 5th column activities. All date back thousands of years to an Egyptian captain who smuggled 200 heavily armed soldiers sewn into flour sacks and had them delivered to an enemy city. It dates back to Greeks hidden in a wooden horse presented to Troy. The secret agent has a long and gallant history and often a short and lonely life. Failure is answered by death. Success is honored and sometimes recalled, as we have today in our tales of the White Rabbit. Our cast included Norman Rose, Earl Hammond, Louis Turenne, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is your Chicago Bears station, Sports Radio 78, WBBM Chicago.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Has it ever occurred to you that success breeds its own failure? We've all heard of actors so successful in one role, they are never offered anything else. This also happened to a famous writer, the creator of the first great fictional detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our story today is not written by Conan Doyle, but is about him and those unmanageable days when he refused to compose one more Holmes adventure, and a mysterious mirror that so mesmerized him that he had to.
Louise, I want you to look straight into that mirror and tell me what you see.
I see my own face. What else is there?
You don't see any shadows moving across the glass?
What kind of shadows?
Something in the shape of a cross? No. More like a dagger?
Oh, Arthur, you're not seeing that again.
Our mystery drama, The Silver Mirror, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Gordon Gould. I shall return shortly with Act One. Interestingly enough, nothing of this extraordinary tale derives from any of the published works of Arthur Conan Doyle, but is contained in diaries and letters kept in the British Museum. Originally, Doyle studied medicine and became a successful doctor. He gave that up in order to become a writer. Now, at the age of 40, he is sick and tired of turning out his popular Sherlock Holmes adventures, and so he is giving that up.
I'm a free man, Louise. I can write what I please without that cursed detective jumping out at me from every page.
You mean that's the last Holmes story you're going to write? Well, that's wicked.
I had to do it, Louise. Either Holmes had to die or I would.
Oh, don't be silly, Arthur. He's only a creation of your mind.
Dearest wife, you don't understand. To me, Holmes is as alive as anyone I know. And I simply don't wish to see any more of this. I hereby dissolve our friendship.
I don't understand you at all, Arthur. If you'd had years of failure, well, that might be a reason to try writing something different. But you've had years of success.
24 Holmes' adventures are 23 too many. I'm not saying I'll never write them again. Perhaps someday I will revive him.
But what's Peter going to say?
He's not going to like it. But I like it, Louise. Well, my girl, you see before you a happy and liberated man. Now Arthur Conan Doyle may at last turn his thoughts to writing about other people.
That's what Arthur said a month ago, Peter. But I don't think it's turned out the way he wanted.
Why do you say that, Louise?
He's miserable. He's depressed. He says he can't find any subject to write about, and he stalks about this house like a caged animal.
Where is he now?
Up in his study.
I'll go see him.
Oh, no, I don't think he wants to see you, Peter. Besides, he goes to bed early, he sleeps badly, wakes up early.
Did he know I was coming over this evening?
Yes, and he said he couldn't see you. He wasn't feeling well, you know, all the...
Not see me. I've been his publisher for, I don't know how many years. Why wouldn't he want to see me?
Peter, Arthur's ashamed. I mean, that's what I think is the bottom of all this.
I don't understand you.
Well, when he wrote that last Sherlock Holmes story, in which he had Holmes plunge over the cliff to his death, Arthur said that was it. He simply couldn't write any more of those.
Yes, we talked about it. I told him it was writer's block. In Galsworthy had it, Tolstoy, Zola. He'll get over it.
Yes, but for this long?
You're sure he won't see me, Louise? We're old friends.
Well, let's see what kind of a night he has. And if he wakes up in a good mood, I'll give you a call and you'll come over, all right? Let's keep your fingers crossed for tomorrow morning. Arthur, wake up.
What is it?
You were crying out in your sleep as if someone were attacking you. It's the same nightmare, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it always is. They were after me. It was frightening. I was rooted on the spot. I couldn't get away. I could never get away.
It's only a dream.
But so real. The way my feet wouldn't move. Was it only a dream? Every time I say to myself, is it a dream or a warning?
Arthur, I won't have you talk such nonsense. A warning? You're just going through a bad time. That's all it is.
It was suspended in the air, following me. Just like last night. And 2 nights before that. What does it mean? Why is it?
The dagger?
Yes.
You're overwrought. Oh, darling, just be sensible. You haven't killed anybody.
But I have. I killed off Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, why must you go on like this? You're a professional writer. You created Holmes and Watson and Moriarty, and they're made-up characters. They never lived. So nobody has died.
I'm not so sure. If they have life to thousands of readers, haven't they lived?
I think that's carrying things a little far. I really do. I mean, here you are, one of the first people in London to have a telephone installed. And you dream of daggers and let it upset you. Arthur, I want you to go and see Dr. Sinclair tomorrow and talk to him about it.
I have no intention of seeing George because I have nightmares.
Right. Suit yourself. Now turn over and go back to sleep.
Who do you suppose that is at this hour of the morning? I hate being interrupted when I'm having breakfast.
Oh, just go on eating, darling. I'll just go see who's at the front door. Peter! It's Peter Matson, Arthur.
Arthur, I don't usually visit my writers this early, but I happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd drop in. You two sweet people must think I'm an awful idiot. Louise telephoned you this morning, didn't she? Louise telephoned me? She got you up at the crack of dawn, and she said, Peter, I'm worried about Arthur.
Sit down, Peter. May I pour you some coffee? Yes, I did call Peter this morning, and yes, I am concerned about you.
You don't look too well, Arthur. Have been burning the midnight oil? I've been having peculiar dreams in the last few weeks. They wake me up, and then I don't get back to sleep. I wish you could see yourself. I never look in the mirror. Haven't since I was a child. Couldn't bear the shock. You look gray in the face. It's not becoming.
I'm going to leave you two now. I have lots to do. Peter, would you stay for lunch?
Arthur and I are going out. Oh, we are? Look at the sun up there. This is the first decent weather London has had in weeks. And you and I are going out to enjoy it. How far does this tram take us, Peter? We go to the end of the line. Are we heading for the Thieves' Market? I haven't been there in years. Neither have I. I always enjoy watching people buy back what's been stolen from them. Been having a rough time since you stopped the Holmes adventure stories? It's no secret. I don't know if it's my subconscious making me feel guilty or what. But, Peter, I'm determined not to get back into that rut. I was getting awfully stale. No, not to your readers. No, I'm not exaggerating, but we're getting mail by the sackful, demanding more of your Holmes and Watson stories.
No, stop. All out. Please, Marky. All out.
Well, enjoying yourself, Arthur? Matter of fact, I am. I can go up and down these booths and stalls out here in the open all day. Are you looking for anything in particular, Peter?
No, not really. I'm always buying something in an outdoor fair, flea market, and get it home. It doesn't look so good, and I shove it into a closet.
Isn't that a handsome mirror over there? And what a strange frame. Let's take a look.
Seems quite old. The frame could stand repair. Considerable cleaning.
What's extraordinary is how clear the glass is. See here, on the back, a metal ring. That's what it could have hung from.
I wonder if the frame is really silver or just some white metal. Hard to tell, it's so grubby and black.
My guess is it's a few hundred years old.
As you say. It probably hung somewhere in some old castle.
The carving on the front of the frame intrigues me. Oh, wish I knew about those things.
I say, are you the owner of this stall?
I am that, sir.
This mirror, what are you asking for it?
20 pounds.
Oh, it's in very poor shape, you know that? I'll give you 15.
18 and it's yours.
17?
So?
There you are. 15, 16, 17. You needn't wrap it. We'll take it as it is.
Thank you, sir.
I can see you know how to buy here.
I always idle, even if I don't want the piece. It's my nature. Arthur, accept this old mirror as a gift.
For me? Peter, what a nice idea.
I want you to put it on your writing table and look into it. When you see your face getting as gray as it was this morning, you can do one of two things. Get out for a quick walk into the fresh air, or write yourself another Sherlock Holmes adventure. Either way, I think you'll look and feel better.
Louise, will you come here a minute? I want you to see something.
What is it, dear? Oh, doesn't that mirror look nice? How did you get the frame to shine so?
I used some coarse salt and wood ash and a great deal of gentle rubbing.
Well, it's taken every bit of tarnish off. It's certainly not the same old filthy thing you brought home the other day. What did Peter say?
I haven't spoken to him. You're the first to see it. But that isn't why I called you in here. Louise, I'm propping this up against these fat books. I want you to look straight into the mirror and tell me everything you see. Please, sit in my chair.
Now, what am I supposed to look for?
Darling, don't look for anything. Just look.
Well, what do you want me to say?
You don't see anything yet?
Well, yes, of course I see something. I see my own face.
You don't see any shadows moving across the glass?
Shadows? No. No shadows.
Something in the shape of a cross? No, more like a dagger?
Arthur, not again.
What are you talking about?
You're not seeing a dagger in daylight, are you? In this mirror.
You don't see anything?
I have simply no patience with you when you're like this, Arthur. The mirror is not bewitched. You're bewitched. So far as I'm concerned, I want nothing to do with this stupid mirror. I just refuse to give in to spooks and all that folderol you subscribe to.
I'm not asking you to, Louise. I happen to believe there is untapped psychic phenomena that is trying to communicate with us, and you don't.
And I don't have to. Oh, Arthur, can't you be as objective about yourself as you are about everything around you? Do you think... Oh, I don't know how to say this.
I'll say it for you. You're asking me if I'm not having hallucinations.
Suppose I asked George Sinclair to come here for dinner. It wouldn't be the same thing as a visit to a doctor's office. It's just a personal and a friendly thing.
All right. Have George here for dinner, and we'll see what he has to say.
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle once said, "Never shut your mind to the unusual or the unaccountable." How often have I said that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. How close he is to the mark, I hope we shall learn when I return shortly with Act 2. It all happened when a great novelist decided to kill off fiction's most popular detective, Sherlock Holmes. He wrote a story in which Holmes reads a farewell note and dies. That was to be the end. And just when Conan Doyle thought he was free of writing detective fiction, he began to be haunted by dreams and visions in an antique silver mirror.
Is it always the same dagger, Arthur? Or do you visualize different daggers?
Louise, I told you George would make light of it.
Oh, no. I'm doing no such thing. As your doctor, I'm trying to find out whether this dagger is imprinted on your retina or upon your imagination.
I think it's getting chilly in here. Would you light the fire? It's so late. It's ready to go.
Louise, it was a marvelous dinner. It isn't often I can combine a professional visit with such pleasure. Will you look at that? It's one match. Arthur, I've been thinking about our conversation over coffee, and I cannot really see between your nightmares and reality.
Seeing them night after night? Not a symbol of some kind?
It could have a far more prosaic meaning than a psychic warning.
I know just what you're going to say. Strain. Overwork. It's one of the weapons I used to use in my stories.
My thinking exactly.
When I was a physician, I would tell my patients the same thing. Overwork. You need to rest. It will pass, etc.
Arthur, because you practice medicine doesn't mean you don't suffer the same ailments from the same causes.
Anyway, the dreams are a problem of the past. It's the visions I get at present I'd like explained. Take a glass, Arthur, and come up to my study. Will you excuse us, dear?
I'll say this. Nobody has the time or the patience or the talent to make a mirror like this today. All that finely wrought silver. The artisans who made this have been long since dead. I congratulate you, Arthur. When did you find it?
My publisher, Peter Matson, and I were in Thieves' Market, and we were both quite taken with it. First thing I knew, Peter had bought it and gave it to me as a present. What do you make of it?
Push your desk lamp a little closer to the mirror. We'll turn it over and have a look. It is an interesting inscription. You don't happen to have a magnifying glass?
Yes, right here.
Oh, good. Let me have a pencil and a sheet of paper. I will make a sketch of this inscription.
Help yourself.
You know, I have a patient who makes a hobby of heraldry. He may give us a tip. There's peculiar marking, the way those letters are twisted together, and that head, it's a dog or a cat or a lion.
George, I asked you up here not so much to have a look at the back of the mirror as at the front.
Yes, just a moment. I'll have it. It's all drawn in a moment. There's a snake-like mark. There.
Now, would you turn the mirror around so it faces you? Prop it up against those two big dictionaries on the table. You can leave the lamp where it is.
All right. Well, now what?
You stay seated in my chair. I'll stand behind you, and we'll both look straight into the mirror.
Arthur, is this what you do when you're alone? Gaze into the mirror?
I'll tell you what I do. I'm sitting where you are, writing, concentrating on the words on the page. Then all of a sudden, I get an impression of movement, as though I see something fluttering or waving out of the corner of my eye.
Oh, yes, peripheral vision.
If I look up quickly, there's nothing. But if I very slowly raise my head, there is something moving in that mirror.
Yes, I'm looking.
Keep on. Be patient.
Do you see anything?
Not yet.
No. Perhaps we shouldn't be talking, huh?
I don't know why that would have anything to do with it. Unless sound vibrations disturb...
like a telephone ringing to another world.
George, that's brilliant. A telephone to another world. I'm going to use that line someday.
What you see in the mirror, Arthur, is it just movement, like a passing shadow?
So far, yes. But each time, the impression is stronger.
What do you mean more definite? You see recognizable objects?
Not exactly. I've seen shadows in the shape of a cross or a dagger. But this morning, I was alone in here, and I was sure there were two separate, distinctly separate things.
Can you describe them better than that?
I can't describe them at all. That's why I call them things. They could be curtains or people. But I do get the impression there is a life going on inside that mirror.
Frankly, I don't think we're going to see anything this evening.
It's very strange. This is the first time the mirror has failed me.
Louise, I came as quickly as I could.
I'm so worried, George. He's lying there in his study in a dead faint. I can't bring him to. I didn't dare move him.
Well, I have some smelling salts in my bag. There you are. Well, this ought to bring him around. Arthur, wake up. Arthur.
What is it? What is it? George, what are you doing here? Why am I lying on the floor?
My darling, you had me so worried.
What am I doing in these clothes? Didn't I go to bed last night? Okay. George, help me up.
Yes. Now, you're going no farther than this chair by your work table. Now, sit still. Sit still. I want to listen to your heart.
Arthur, last night after George left, I was so tired I went straight up to bed. And it wasn't until this morning when I came down and found you here on the floor. Oh, George, is he all right? Is he going to be all right?
I spent the night here, on the floor.
Don't talk. Oh, take a deep breath. That's right. Now, let it out slowly. Well, Louise, Arthur's perfectly all right.
I could use some coffee.
Coffee?
Yes, so could I.
Coffee? Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Well, I'll have some made and bring it to you.
Well, what is it you want to tell me, Arthur?
How do you know I want to tell you something?
You'll never drink coffee in the morning, and it takes far longer to make coffee than tea. You wanted Louise out of the room.
You're getting as discerning as my friend Sherlock Holmes. Last night, about an hour after you left, I was writing at this table. I looked up, and I saw actual human figures in the silver mirror.
Yes, well, were they familiar to you? Recognizable as in a dream?
Not at all. I'd say they were from a previous era. 16th, 17th century, by the way they were dressed.
You say they. Well, how many?
A young man and a young woman. He had a little beard and a mustache. Italian-looking. He was playing a guitar. He put it down, and he stood in front of this young woman. She was beautifully dressed, certainly nobility, but the most distinctive thing about her was her red hair. She wore it tumbled down to her shoulders, as if she had just taken the pins out and was getting ready for bed.
Did they say something? Did you hear them speak?
Not a word. They just looked at one another, and that was all.
What was all?
All I remember. That's when I must have fainted.
Yes, well, Arthur, evidently these visions, or whatever you see in the mirror, only appear to you at night. I'm going to have the pharmacist make up a prescription for you. Now, before you go to bed, take 2 of the tablets. You'll have a good night's sleep.
You think I'm hallucinating, don't you? Before I had the mirror, I had bad nightmares. I saw daggers. Louise thought the same thing. And now you do.
Yes, but a great many people are deeply affected by visions they don't understand. And I'm not taking the chance that Arthur Conan Doyle will end up on a slab in the morgue, having died of shock.
He won't, I assure you.
As I know he won't, because I'm going to watch him like a hawk.
Here's your coffee, you two.
Louise, bless you. I'm going to ask you a favor. Arthur and I have had a long talk, and we agree. The most important thing is to see to it he gets a good night's rest every night.
Arthur, where are you going?
I'm going up to my study to write. I always do after dinner.
Well, I shall come up for you at 11, and then it's bedtime for you.
Louise, I can't work to the clock. Suppose I'm in the middle of something I'm writing. I can't turn it off like a water tap and then turn it on again tomorrow.
I am coming at 11 o'clock into your study, and if you're not finished, I will sit there and wait for you. Arthur, I am going to make sure you take the sleeping tablets George prescribed.
I'll take them. I never said I wouldn't.
All right, Arthur. Just so long as that's understood.
Oh, no. Lord in heaven, it's not possible. What are you doing? Can't you see? Look behind you.
Arthur, what's going on in there?
I'm not seeing this. I'm not.
Arthur, what's the matter?
What?
Arthur, do you hear me?
Is that you, Louise?
But I heard you crying out. Is something wrong?
Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. Now, leave me alone. It's not 11 o'clock yet.
Are you sure you're all right? Let me just come in for a minute. Why have you locked yourself in?
Louise, you're behaving like a spoiled child. I need to be alone while I'm writing. You know that. Now, go away. At 11 o'clock, I'll unlock the door. Mirror, silver mirror, show me your secret one more time.
Mary, my queen, protect me. The king wants me dead. I have done nothing to harm him, nothing.
My dear master of music, no one will harm you.
My queen, they think that your love of music has turned into a love of myself.
I am still Mary of Scots. My word is law.
Oh, I hear them. They have knives. On my knees, senor, I thank you.
Hey, what are you doing in my wife's chamber?
David came to sing me the songs of Italy.
Oh, only to sing to you. No whispers. No secret words.
Yes, he whispered to me, Darnley, that you plan to murder him. That there are men in the passageway. Is that true, husband?
I know nothing about it.
Then sheathe your dagger.
They were going to kill the poor little Italian. What have I seen? What murder is it? Or was it? There's nothing in the mirror now but my own face. If I call upon the mirror again... Oh, I can't. I can't watch a murder. Louise, come in here. I've got to unlock the door. Louise, where are you?
I'm here, Arthur. It's all right, dear.
I have just seen the impossible. A man about to be murdered. A woman trying to protect him. She is a queen. A queen. And then murderers coming at this little man with daggers in their hands. I swear to you, Louise, I am perfectly sane. And I have seen that happen in that mirror.
How much of Conan Doyle's peek at the past, strangely transmitted through the silver mirror, was self-induced hypnosis, and how much was actual, we shall never know. For we only have the entries in his diaries and mention in accounts of his personal adventures. What we do know is that Doyle was so troubled by these recurring visions that he took the one step few men dare to take when their own sanity is at stake. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Here is a man admired the world over for turning the short story into a modern art form, for creating an unforgettable master of detection and whose ingenious methods of solving crimes actually furthered the science of criminology. Yet that same man of impeccable logic is unable to find an explanation for scenes that appear to him through the glass of an antique silver mirror.
George, how is your patient today?
Louise, you have to realize in matters that concern the mind, progress isn't measured by the day. The biggest leap towards his recovery that Arthur has made, to my way of thinking, was to knock on the door of my rest home and say, "Let me in, George. I need professional and medical help."
But do you really think that being out here, away from his study and work and All the pressures of all those letters we're getting.
Well, particularly that, yes. I'll be frank, my dear. The science of the mind is a relatively new field to all of us. But it could very well be that all the letters and news stories begging Arthur to revive his Sherlock Holmes series, it could be contributing to his mental problems. The mind has a peculiar way of dealing with guilt.
Guilt? Do you think he realizes that?
Well, I certainly hope so. Our success with him may depend on it.
May I see him?
No, not yet. Let it wait a few days.
Guilty? Is that what you think is at the root of all this?
Well, I haven't decided, Arthur. How can I? What we're both trying to find out is why you see things that you do in the silver mirror.
I'll tell you why, George. I have a simple explanation. Nothing to do with feeling guilty because I killed off Sherlock Holmes. I see what is in the mirror because it's really there.
Possibly, but why does no one else see anything? And why that mirror? Oh, which reminds me, I got an answer from that friend of mine, the heraldic buff. I've looked into it, but I think it would mean a lot more to you, so here it is.
Thanks, I'll read it.
Yes, well, I'll be back out here in the morning and we'll talk a bit more, all right?
One question before you go. When can I see Louise?
Oh, shall we say the day after tomorrow?
And any other visitors? Peter Matson, my publisher, has left messages here several times.
You can see him at any time. I'm only postponing Louise because he's so emotionally involved. But Matson says by all means. You know, this place isn't a jail. You came here voluntarily to try to put your mental house in order, and if friends will help, well, then by all means, see them.
I come down here to the beach every day, Peter. I walk and I think.
And Dr. Sinclair, is he helping?
Oh, George, he's as puzzled as I am. He's got a theory that I see things in that mirror you gave me because I feel guilty about not writing any more Holmes stories.
Are you talking about the mirror that we found at Thieves' Market?
Mm-hmm.
You see something in there?
Pictures. Actual pictures. Things, scenes I've never seen before.
Like a stereopticon?
No. The people move. More like the kinetoscope that American Edison invented. I actually saw an attempted murder. But I don't know who the people are. One's Italian. His name is David. And there's a young woman with red hair whose name is Mary. And people call her Your Majesty. Why do you look at me like that, Peter?
Arthur, I believe you. I do. These scenes you see take place a long time ago, is that it?
That reminds me. A friend of George's had some idea about how old the mirror was. I've got the letter in my room. I haven't looked at it yet.
Look, do you think there's the slightest possibility your own mind could be playing tricks because of this old Sherlock Holmes business?
Oh, who knows? What I do know is I've spent 3 months trying to outline 2 novels, ending up throwing 2 reams of paper into the wastebasket.
I have an idea. Why don't you try your hand at just one simple short story? Nothing wrong, no novelette, no novel. Bring Holmes back or don't bring him back. Write one short story. If it works, maybe you'll want to do another.
I can't write here.
So leave. Walk out. Write at home as you used to.
I can't write at home.
Louise,
the worried wife.
Well, then come to my place. I won't tell anyone where you are. You can have a room all to yourself. Fireplace, bath, no one to disturb you. Just to walk out of here? What's the alternative? You walk on this beach and you brood and you talk to the seagulls. Inactivity is not for you, Arthur. You've got to work. Think about it.
I don't have to. I think you solved my problem.
Work. Now, tell me, what's all this about the silver mirror?
Peter, I want you to see it in action for yourself. I'll get myself over to your house. You go over to my house. The back door is usually open. Tomorrow morning, go up to my study and bring the mirror to your place. If we can solve what's going on inside that thing, who knows? I might come up with a very saleable plot.
Hello?
Is this the Conan Doyle residence?
Yes, hello?
Louise?
Yes?
This is George, Dr. George Sinclair.
George, is that really you?
Louise, Arthur isn't here.
Arthur,
No, he's not at the rest home. Is he at home with you?
no. Arthur's not here. I was coming to Devon today to see him.
No, he is not here. We've searched the grounds and he's nowhere to be found. He just took his case of clothes and walked out.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, George. If he comes in, shall I tell him to call you?
Well, if he comes home, you make sure he remains there. He shouldn't be running around loose. I gave him a relaxing drug. He might suffer all kinds of delusions.
Arthur? Peter, is that you? I've got it. I've got the mirror.
Oh, careful with it. I don't want it broken.
Oh, you shined it up. This was some bargain. Now, what's the history of this fancy piece of glass? You had a letter from a friend of your doctor's?
On the back of the mirror, according to what he writes, do you see that letter M and the face of a lion? That's the Lion of Scotland. And the entwining is very similar to a signet ring belonging to Mary, Queen of Scots.
That would make this over 300 years old.
Then the man says, look at the design of the frame itself. Identical with that on a silver casket made for Queen Mary. Possibly made by the same silversmith.
They surely did get a bargain. Have you been thinking about how to revive Sherlock?
I've had a few thoughts.
So have I. I was thinking there could have been footholds in that sheer cliff, and Holmes, instead of leaping to his death in the chasm, could have climbed out and laid low. Oh, Arthur, I guarantee if you can bring Holmes back, you'll make thousands of readers very happy. And yourself?
You're convinced it will give me peace of mind, aren't you?
I most certainly do. Can't you just see it? The return of Sherlock Holmes. Now, I must be off to the office. There's plenty of paper, sharp pens, black ink.
I moved my head to look at the cabinet behind me, and when I turned, there was Sherlock Holmes, smiling at me across my study table. I rose to my feet in utter amazement, and then fainted for the first time and last time in my life.
Who is that?
Your husband, madam. Darnley.
What are you doing with that dagger?
It is. I recognize her now from her portraits. It's Mary, Queen of Scots, and Darnley, the king. So this is how the murder of the little Italian musician actually happened.
My queen, that musician secretary of yours, David Riccio, have him come forth from your sleeping chamber.
He's not there.
He has been there over long.
He is here at our royal wish. Husband, have you taken leave of your senses?
Riccio has offended against the Queen's honor.
Who are those outside behind you?
Charitable friends. They have only your best interest in heart.
Charitable friends? You mean jealous enemies because David pleases me?
Come up over there. Come out from behind the Queen's skirt.
Help me! Help me! Save me! Save me!
Arthur, what is it? Why are you sitting here in the dark? Cook says you haven't eaten anything all day. Here, let me light this lamp. Ah. Oh, that's better. May I sit down? Arthur, you don't look well. You're white as a ghost.
I have seen ghosts, Peter. Enough ghosts to fill a graveyard. Over and over, murder and death.
In your mind's eye?
In the silver mirror. It was more than anyone could bear. How cruel our ancestors were.
Is that why you turned the mirror face down?
Don't ask me why I have been chosen to have the privilege of seeing the reenacted past. But I have. And I don't have 300 years to forget it. Do you believe me?
Yes. Yes, I do believe you. I only wish there was some way that I could share this with you.
David Riccio. Remember your history? The Savoyard who played the guitar for the Queen and sang her melancholy songs. I saw him murdered by Darnley and Douglas and Scott. I saw the pitiful little Italian dragged kicking and screaming to the head of the stairs of the Holyrood Palace. I saw him savagely stabbed 50, 60 times and then thrown down the stairs.
And then,
as soon as the murder was done, it all began again. The wretched mirror repeating the entire tragedy. I couldn't bear to look anymore. And I didn't dare to break the mirror either.
Break the mirror? Oh, I'm glad you didn't. Now that you tell me what you saw, it all fits together. Much of English history is in ruins today, but in Mary's Palace in Holyrood, the very room where David Riccio met his death, there is a contemporary engraving. The top of the stairs down which Riccio's murdered body was thrown is in the picture. The door that faced the hall through which the murderers entered, and a back wall that faces the room, the door, the hall, and the stairs. Now, on that wall is a mirror. A silver mirror.
Could it have been this one?
It's not impossible.
Oh, Peter, do you know what this means to me? I wasn't imagining. I wasn't dreaming. I was merely in touch with events past, as imprinted upon this mirror as a photographic plate. Peter, I think I can fall to now. Everything is clear. I'd like to begin by writing a few adventures about the return of Sherlock Holmes.
Glad to hear it. I'm also glad to welcome the return of Arthur Conan Doyle.
Conan Doyle did revive his immortal character and wrote another 13 Sherlock Holmes stories, including the famous Hound of the Baskervilles, which story contains that unforgettable exchange demonstrating Holmes' unique powers and deduction. Watson, is there a point to which you wish to draw my attention? Holmes, the curious incident of the dog in the night. Watson, the dog did nothing in the night time. Holmes, that was the curious incident. I shall return shortly. Call it a cult, call it the expression of a need. Since the death of Conan Doyle some 50 years ago, the fame and name of his principal protagonist lives as if it had sprung alive from the printed page. There are groups the world over, clubs such as the Speckled Band, made up of devotees to detective fiction. And we are proud to announce there are members of the Baker Street Irregulars who are fans and listeners to the Mystery Theater. After all, we're all the same family, aren't we? Our cast included Gordon Gould, Marion Seldes, Earl Hammond, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries. This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And thus is sweet reason softly seduced by the ancient legends of time, according to the poet. Yes, the story of the world is a series of legends, and when one loses its appeal, it is soon replaced by another. And thus we find ourselves farther and farther away from the original truth, assuming, of course, that there was an original truth to begin with.
You have been tried and found wanting. You are therefore to become a slave.
A slave? Do you know who I am back home? I'm Jonas McDowell. I own banks, textile mills, automobile companies.
We do not know what those things are.
I'm a financial genius, don't you understand?
We only understand that you cannot hunt, cook, fish, fight, or heal the sick. You have no real or useful skills. Therefore, to earn your bread here, you will fetch and carry and do as you are told.
Our mystery drama, The Acquisition, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly. There are those who say that too much of the world's wealth is in the hands of too few of the people. They advocate, therefore, a redistribution. There are others who claim that this would only be an exercise in futility because, after a while, the very many would find themselves with very little, and the very few would once again wind up with very much. Whether or not this is true, I don't know. I do know this, however. It is 4 p.m. An expensive-looking automobile is at the side of the turnpike. A man is standing there, looking at it, with a most helpless look on his face. Now, a rather modest-looking car slows down and pulls over.
Hi, something wrong?
Well, my car seems to be out of order.
What's the matter?
Well, if I knew what was the matter, I could fix it myself.
Of course. May I help you?
Yes, you could give me a lift to the nearest garage or service station.
What seems to be the problem with the car?
Quite simply, it won't go.
Are you out of gas?
My dear lady, if you're willing to give me a lift, I'll reward you most handsomely. May I get into your car? I'm very pressed for time.
Before you do that, why don't I get out and have a look under the hood?
Well, what would you know about automobiles?
What you meant to say was, what would a woman know about automobiles? Why don't we just lift this up? Oh, I must say, this is the most beautiful car I've ever seen.
Well, it should be. It's an Isota Rivera. I just bought it last week.
It must have cost a fortune.
That would depend upon how you would define fortune.
Well, I know this is a rather personal question, but may I ask the price?
The price? Yes, the price I paid is a matter of record. $78 million.
For this car?
For this one, plus $7,000, plus the company that makes them. It's a bit high, perhaps, but the name is worth it.
Wait a minute. I know who you are. I've seen your picture. You're Jonas McDowell, the boy wonder of Wall Street.
Guilty as charged.
Oh, you're not such a boy either. You look to be at least 40.
Do you suppose that we could be on our way, Miss...
How did you know I was a miss?
I just assumed.
Did you?
You seem to have a certain tartness.
Which would alienate men?
No.
Does it alienate you? You don't have to answer that. Oh, here's the problem. A loose wire to the coil. Speedily mended. See?
See what?
The coil.
What's the coil?
What's the coil? Oh, you are going to manufacture these automobiles and you don't know what the coil is?
I don't have to know what the coil is, or where it is, or what it does.
Do you know what the distributor is?
My dear Miss,
Plunkett. Estelle Plunkett.
I do not know what the distributor is, nor the generator, nor any one of the seemingly infinite number of parts and components that make up this vehicle.
You also own companies that make electrical appliances. Are you equally ignorant concerning their functions?
More so. At least I can drive a car, but I wouldn't know how to operate a washing machine.
And you own construction companies that build bridges and dams and oil refineries. Would you know how to do any of that work yourself?
Absolutely not.
Well, then, if I may ask, what do you know how to do?
I know how to make money. And with this money, I hire engineers and technicians, and craftsmen, clerks, and scientists. You can buy anything you need in this world.
And anyone.
And anyone.
If you get behind the wheel of this magnificent automobile, which you know nothing at all about...
But I know everything about it. I know the balance sheet. I know the profitability. I know...
Yes, I'm sure you do. Well, all you need to do now is turn the ignition key and drive away.
Well, thank you very much, but you must let me...
Oh, please, put your money away.
What are you laughing at?
Well... Your face. You're quite disturbed. You're quite put out. You have just met someone who has actually done you a service for nothing. It upsets your entire philosophy of life. But I can assure you, sir, there are many people like me in this world.
I know. And most of you wind up in the poorhouse. Good day, Miss Plunkett. Well, Doctor?
I find nothing organically wrong.
Oh, why do I have trouble falling asleep?
Are you upset about anything, Mr. McDowell?
Oh, certainly not.
Well, your blood pressure, pulse, respiration, temperature, these are no. All the other tests, negative.
In other words, you don't know what's wrong with me.
I'm afraid not.
Fellows like me, we get blackjacked by social pressures to donate millions to medical research, and I walk into this gleaming edifice created by my dollars, and none of you great men of medicine can tell me what ails me.
Mr. McDowell, what do you do when you're not working?
I am always working.
Do you have any hobbies?
Hobbies?
Golf, tennis, fishing?
I don't need any hobbies. I enjoy my work. I don't need a release from it. I don't need an escape from it.
But something is missing.
I can't imagine what it is.
A woman.
I can have a woman anytime I want one, Doctor.
I'm not talking about that kind of woman.
Any kind of woman.
I'm talking about a wife.
I don't need a wife.
You're the one who can't sleep at night. You're the one who feels listless, restless.
Oh, what would I do with a wife?
You'd lead a normal life.
And that's your opinion?
Yes.
Your considered professional opinion?
I would say it is.
I'll take it under advisement.
Why, it's Mr. McDowell.
May I come in, Miss Plunkett?
Yes. How is your Soto Rivera?
It's doing quite well, thank you.
Well, Mr. McDowell.
May I have a chair?
Please.
Miss Plunkett, I'm here to offer you a proposition.
Well, that's wonderful. It's been quite a while since anyone has made me one of those. Thank you for this terrific boost to my morale.
Miss Plunkett.
I suppose you want to give me an apartment?
Well, a penthouse, a country house, a mansion, any of those. All of them.
Servants?
Of course.
Furs, jewels?
Yes.
How about a yacht?
If you really want one.
Oh, how flattering.
Miss Plunkett.
And also how insulting.
Well, how can you say that?
There is a class of woman, or a type, I suppose, that gets this type of offer on a daily, perhaps even an hourly basis.
This kind of offer?
I don't imagine one gets this lucrative kind of proposition on the streets, but the only real difference is the price.
Proposition? Miss Plunkett, this is a proposal.
A proposal? Of what?
Marriage?
Marriage?
Oh, marriage, wedlock, matrimony.
You want to marry me?
Yes, I am making you an offer.
Do I detect a tone in your voice?
What sort of tone?
Is this how you talk to the stockholders of a corporation that you wish to take over? I am making you an offer.
Miss Plunkett, I would like you to consider this offer.
I don't like the word offer. It's used when you wish to buy something, not give something.
Please, hear me out. Now, marriage is a merger, is it not? When I wish to acquire or merge with another corporation, I study it completely. I analyze its weaknesses, its strengths.
And have I also been subject to such close scrutiny?
Oh, yes.
Ah, I feel absolutely undressed.
Miss Plunkett, I have been advised that it is psychologically and physiologically desirable, even necessary, for me to marry.
Just as it is psychologically and physiologically desirable to acquire other companies. Why me?
You represent top value.
Oh, is it possible that we are engaging in this kind of conversation?
Miss Plunkett, I am serious.
Yes, you are, and that's what makes it so...
So what?
Well, so tragic. Or so comic. I really can't decide which.
Well, I'm at a loss to understand your reaction. As I've said, marriage is a merger. Do you agree?
Well, yes, I would suppose so.
It is, in a personal sense, the most important of all mergers. Can you deny that?
No.
Well, should it not be approached with the utmost caution and calculation and care?
I don't know.
At the age of 35, Miss Plunkett, you represent fantastic value.
Really? And when did you fall in love with me, Mr. McDowell?
Love?
Was it when I tightened the wire to your coil?
Miss Plunkett, love is a highly subjective emotion. It should not enter into this affair.
But we're not discussing an affair. We're talking about marriage.
Precisely. Miss Plunkett, I have the finest, most efficient, and effective research department in the world.
I would assume so.
I have turned them loose on this problem.
Love is a problem.
Yes, exactly. They have been unable to come up with any tangible evidence that love even exists as a certifiable function.
Really?
Love is a snare. It's a delusion. It creates false hopes. It incites unreasonable passions, not to mention impossible expectations.
You speak, I assume, from experience.
Oh, no. I've been immune to this, what should we call it, fever.
And this is how you propose marriage to me, Mr. McDowell?
Yes. Surely the advantages are obvious.
So are the disadvantages.
Well, name one, Miss Plunkett.
Well, the most important one of all is what you just said.
I beg your pardon?
How can you propose to me and call me Miss Plunkett?
Well, I assume we'll call each other by our first names as time wears on and we feel the moment.
No, I'm afraid not. I fear that you shall always be Mr. McDowell as far as I'm concerned, and so I must refuse your offer, or tender, or whatever you may choose to call it.
Well, I didn't expect an immediate favorable reply. I am aware that perhaps I do not strike you as a romantic figure. But I go about things realistically. I think a marriage, like a merger, should be based on a sober, thoughtful analysis of all the facts.
You do?
Yes. Would it have pleased you more had I rushed in here feverishly spouting all sorts of poetical doggerel and vowing to destroy myself unless you reacted favorably to my proposal?
Yes, it would have.
But that's nonsense.
The kind of nonsense that makes the world go round.
I beg to differ.
My world, Mr. McDowell, my world. And I don't believe you could ever live there.
You know the old saying, put your money where your mouth is? Well, he did, and she turned him down. How could she do that? He's one of the richest men in the world. Is this a case of where a girl says no because she really means yes? We shall explore this psychological matter further in the second act. On the face of it, it looks like a marriage made in heaven, simply because there's so little chance of it happening here below. A fabulously wealthy man encounters quite by accident an average young lady and proposes to her. Perhaps it does happen occasionally, say with the same frequency that people win $1 million in the sweepstakes.
May I ask you to reconsider my proposal, Miss Plunkett?
Why?
I believe you have no inherent objections to marriage.
None at all.
Well, may I ask, then, why you've never married?
Well, I've never met a man who appealed to me enough.
One who measures up to your romantic standards.
Perhaps.
You are 35 years old, is that true? You can expect to live until 80. The second half of your life is almost about to begin.
Well, yes, if you put it that way.
May I speak frankly?
To what purpose?
You have spent the first half of your life in the pursuit of romance. Obviously, it has eluded you. What have you to look forward to?
Well, now, see here, Mr. McDowell.
You can only have a life of decreasing expectations. You teach biological science at a high school. You earn $19,000 a year.
I get another $1,500 for coaching girls lacrosse.
Yes, you have another 30 years until mandatory retirement. You will receive increases, it's true, but will they keep up with inflation? Your pension? What will it be worth in real money when you're ready to call on it?
Mr. McDowell, I must ask you to leave.
From here, it shall all be downhill toward an old age of loneliness and poverty.
You leave a woman with very little, don't you?
It's the truth that leaves you with so very little.
And is this how you assault the people who own the companies you intend to acquire?
Well, I merely point out to these corporations the futility of their present course of action and offer them an opportunity for profitable operation.
Is that all I am to you? A corporation? Get out of here.
I beg your pardon?
Leave before I call the police and have you thrown out.
Well, there's no point in calling the police.
Why? Have you acquired them, too?
Miss Plunkett, I shall leave if you want me to.
Please do that.
As you say.
Mr. McDowell.
Yes, Miss Plunkett.
Permit me to apologize. I was rude. I had no right to lose my temper, but I do feel that I was most severely provoked.
Well, that's quite all right.
You are, after all, a guest in my house.
Well, I'm used to this kind of reaction. This is how everyone responds to me the first time. But after they've all had a chance to sleep on it, they come round.
Do they?
Yes. And so will you.
Why, you get out of here. Hello?
Miss Plunkett.
Oh, it's you.
Miss Chambers, call Ross Leffert, my pilot. Have him stand by with the company jet.
Morning, Mr. McDowell.
Good morning, Ross.
Miss Chambers didn't tell me where you want to go, so I didn't file a flight plan.
Well, we don't have to go anywhere in particular.